Stargate Book presents The Occult Sciences, How to Get What You Want Through Your Occult Powers by Anthony Norvell. Digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Herman. I dedicate this book to all those searchers after truth who dare venture beyond the frontiers of modern knowledge into the mystic realms of occult science. May their search bring them the fulfillment of all their fondest dreams and hopes. Introduction. Man lives in a world of mystery, surrounded by invisible occult forces that mold and shape the entire universe. These subtle pulsations and thought forms that issue from a higher cosmic mind can be channeled and controlled by man. Through the daily use of these occult powers, man may achieve any destiny he desires and attract anything he wants. Man is able to dream into existence anything he seriously desires. He dreamed of flying like a bird, and in that dream was inherent the occult power which caused him to fly to the moon, land, and return safely to Earth. Man dreamed of communicating with others, and the telephone, radio, television, phonograph, and motion pictures sprang from the crucible of invisible occult power in the cosmos, giving us miraculous inventions that have brought enlightenment to millions. Man dreams into existence on the fourth-dimensional cosmic plane, that which becomes his future destiny. Occult power is released to create anything you desire when you know how to tap the cosmic intelligence that knows all secrets and which creates all forms of visible and invisible substance. What the study of occultism promises you. When you have learned the hidden secrets of occultism, you will literally become a miracle worker. You can use your knowledge to influence and control others for good purposes. You can project dynamic mental power and magnetize and attract money, jobs, possessions, and objects that you desire. You can use the transcendental power of occultism to elevate your consciousness to the level of a genius, performing with effortless ease all kinds of astounding actions. You can use the higher power of occultism to release psychic and clairvoyant powers, giving you precognition and the ability to know your future. You can communicate with other minds. You can project your soul to the astral planes while you sleep, and travel back into history or into the future dimensions of time and space, knowing secrets that are denied to ordinary mortals. Occult science differs from physical science in this respect. Physical science deals with the world of matter, that which can be measured, weighed, seen, felt, and heard through the five senses. Occult science deals with the invisible phenomena of the universe, that which transcends the limited bonds of materiality and the known dimensions of time and space. The word occult was coined by the practitioners of this ancient science to include the entire range of human experiences and mystic perceptions that exist in the secret, hidden places of the universe. These masters, with their highly developed occult powers, were able to go beyond the bounds of natural knowledge. They probed the vast spectrum of powers that exist in the invisible interstices of the cosmos. They were able to set aside the so-called natural laws that limit ordinary mortals. They entered a fourth-dimensional realm of the mind and spirit, where they could tap a vast reservoir of miracle-working power that changed the face of the earth for all mankind. Just as man has, in this century, set aside the natural law of gravity to fly to the moon and back, so too may those versed in the science of occultism dare to venture beyond the frontiers of modern science into the realm of mysticism and divine revelation. Just as the ancient seers, sages, prophets, and holy men were able to perform amazing miracles and reveal astounding facts about the origin of the soul, the nature of God, the mystery back of creation, so too, you may use the same occult power to perform miracles and evolve your mind to the highest degree of proficiency in the occult sciences. When you have fully developed your occult powers through a study of this book, you may tap a vast armamentarium of invisible powers that make you superior to others. You will be conversant with psychic phenomena, extrasensory perception, clairvoyance, automatic speaking and writing. You will know how to use the occult power of psychogenesis to control matter with your higher mind. You will be able to use psychometry, astral projection, and soul flights to other planes of consciousness. You will know how to read the Akashic record in the human aura, which reveals to you instantly the innermost thoughts and intentions of other people. You will learn secrets of the soul and know about reincarnation, in which your soul has lived before, and you will be able to overcome the karmic debts which you have built in previous lives. How the sacred, mystic flame of occultism has been preserved. Throughout the centuries, these secrets of occultism have been handed down to keepers of the sacred, mystic flame of the occult sciences. These occult secrets have been discovered in India, China, and Tibet. They have been found in the sacred scrolls of the Dead Sea, the excavations of the Gobi Desert, and in the sacred monasteries of Tibet. These priceless occult secrets were gleaned from the giant pyramid of Giza in Egypt. They have been found in the sacred shrine to the goddess Athena, in the marble halls of the Parthenon in Greece. They have been discovered in the temples and shrines of ancient China, and beyond the mystical range of the Himalayas in Tibet. Throughout the centuries, this occult knowledge from the illumined masters has drifted down to a few people in our modern age, giving us their secrets, rituals, invocations, and sacred ceremonies for performing living miracles. My lifetime quest for this secret knowledge. In my lifetime quest for this secret knowledge of occultism, I have visited sacred shrines in India, China, and Tibet. I have gone to the archives of the great university at Ceylon, where exists one of the world's greatest occult libraries, to learn some of the great secrets of occultism. From a sacred lamasery at the foot of the Himalayas, I have obtained translations of carved wooden tablets that revealed priceless secrets of occultism never before revealed to the West. These ancient tablets give some of the most profound rites and mysteries of occultism, which man can use for performing amazing feats. I have visited sacred shrines in Cairo, Egypt, near the pyramids, where there is a vast accumulation of papyri and hieroglyphics that have been translated by great scholars and given to mystic searchers after occult truths. Always the mystic quest for occult knowledge leads back to the beginning and origin of all great spiritual truths, to the mystical lands of the Far East, to the days of Noah, Abraham, Moses, the Chaldeans and Babylonians, the Egyptian masters, Zoroaster, Hermes, and the Greeks Pythagoras, Anaxagoras, and Socrates. Deep in the interior of the vast pyramid of Giza, in the king's chamber, there have been revealed hieroglyphics, which have been probed and translated for the first time in centuries. These stone carvings give to students of occultism the priceless mystic secrets that were known to only a few high priests in the ancient shrines and temples of the mystic lands of the Far East. You may now enter the secret brotherhood of occult knowledge. There are no barriers of time or space to those who are initiates in the secret brotherhood of occult knowledge. You may now enter those sacred portals of universal wisdom and know how to use this power to perform astounding miracles in your everyday life. When you have mastered these occult teachings, you will become one with the mystics and illumined seers who have traversed this golden path of mystical truth and knowledge. Some of the great geniuses of history, who changed the course of destiny for all mankind, knew and used these occult laws. Men like Galileo, Copernicus, Pasteur, Newton, Da Vinci, Milton, Shakespeare, and Columbus were illumined souls who used their higher occult powers to give mankind some of the most priceless treasures in science, art, music, literature, and drama. Invisible occult forces can be channeled to your mind. The same invisible occult forces that exist in the secret, hidden places of the cosmos, which gave these geniuses their creative powers, can be channeled by your own mind into your daily life. You can become a center of dynamic occult power. You can elevate your consciousness to heights of rapture and ecstasy. You may traverse the Milky Way and probe the hidden mysteries of interstellar space. You may channel through your own higher mind centers the mystical knowledge that can give you inspiration to weave a magnificent tapestry of dreams and create a great destiny for you and your loved ones. Use this mystic knowledge wisely, for the good of humanity as well as yourself, and you will be richly rewarded for your efforts. The author. Chapter 1. How to tap the power of the invisible occult world for a great new life. For the first time in the 20th century, the astounding science of occultism has been tapped and harnessed by some of the greatest minds of the age to bring us our own miraculous atomic age. In splitting the atom, our modern scientists discovered and proved for the first time what mystics and occult students have known for centuries. At the center of the invisible atom is hidden a mysterious force that can be motivated by man's mind. This occult power is an intelligence that can be directed and controlled so that it performs amazing miracles. Many names have been given to this miracle-working power that exists in the invisible interstices of the universe. It has been called cosmic mind, universal intelligence, by William James, noted psychologist of Harvard University, divine mind, cosmic magnetism, and almost universally, this amazing intelligence has been called by the name of God in every one of the revealed religions of the world. You may tap this occult power of the invisible universe for your every need. You have the ability to tap this power of the invisible occult universe when you once learn the laws under which it works. A great mystic of the Far East said over 600 years ago, "Split an atom and at its center you will find the power of 1,000 suns." This has proved scientifically accurate. Man has at last achieved control of a power so great he has broken through the barriers of matter and entered a mystic realm of mind and spirit. He can literally do anything he dreams of doing. There is an occult saying, "That which man may conceive he can achieve." Man dreamed of flying like a bird, and our space age was born. He dreamed of swimming beneath the seas, and our atomic submarines came into existence. He dreamed of seeing an invisible world, where millions of creatures existed, and in that moment was born the electronic microscope. He wanted to look out into space with unlimited vision that would bring the planets close to Earth, and the giant 200-inch telescope at Mount Palomar came into being. And most miraculous of all, man dreamed of visiting other planets and walking on the moon. This he has now achieved, because he had the daring to conceive of performing an impossible feat. How one woman used this occult power to create a completely new life. How this occult power works to shape and build a completely new life was illustrated in the case of a widow, Mrs. Ruth H., who came to my lectures in New York City after the death of her husband. Mrs. H. was then 60 years of age, and she felt that this was the end of her life. She learned of how occult power works and that it is never-ending, not recognizing limitations set by age or circumstances. She had a big home she wanted to get rid of, but there seemed to be no one interested. I gave her the regime for magnetizing the occult forces that would bring into her orbit the people who needed exactly that type of home. She worked to project this mental image of the life she desired for the future. She saw the house as already sold, visualized herself going on a long ocean voyage. One day her telephone rang, and psychically, Mrs. H. knew that this was a lucky moment for her, and that someone would want to buy her house. The call was from a real estate agent who had a couple who seemed to be interested in her home. When Mrs. H. met this young couple, she knew instantly they would buy the house. Within 2 days, the deal was completed. They made the down payment, and Mrs. H. prepared for the next step of her unfoldment. She booked passage on a round-the-world cruise, confident that occult power would guide her to her next step in unfoldment. It was while the ship was in the Mediterranean that the third phase of unfoldment came for Mrs. H. She met a retired doctor, a widower, who was traveling around the world. Before the cruise ended, the retired doctor proposed marriage, and Mrs. H. accepted. They had a shipboard wedding, and when they returned to New York, went on a 2-week honeymoon, like a couple of youngsters. The two polarities of occult power you may use. There are two polarities of occult power in the universe. One is positive and constructive, and can be channeled by your mind to perform amazing things. The other polarity is negative and destructive, and is often used by unscrupulous persons to gain control of the minds of others. The positive polarity of occult power, which you will learn to use, is called good or God. The negative polarity, which you can avoid, is called evil, or the devil force, and represents the destructive elements that are rampant in the world today. The positive spectrum of occult power. Occultism deals with the positive spectrum of cosmic power. You must know what these positive occult forces are. Then you can easily release their potent power in your daily life and achieve health, happiness, prosperity, peace of mind, romantic fulfillment, and spiritual completion. How Philip used occult power to change a negative force into a positive one. To show you how the positive and negative polarities of occult power work, let me tell you what occurred to a lecture member in New York City. This man worked in an office with another man who hated him. Mr. Philip T., the man who had studied these occult laws with me, knew that the other man's negative use of occult power could not destroy him, for he manifested only the positive and constructive polarity. He counteracted the negative polarity of hate with the positive one of love, given in the above chart. Each time he saw the man who spread ugly rumors about him, he blessed him and sent him loving, forgiving thoughts. Mr. Philip T. was married happily, but the other man told people in the office that he was having a clandestine romance with one of the girls who worked there. Within a short time, Philip T. was promoted to a position as the manager of the firm for which he worked. Now he had it within his power to fire the man who had spread such vicious rumors. He called the man into his office and said, "I have regretted that you have maligned me in the past. Most people would fire you, but I know that you have been mistaken in your opinions about me, and I'm giving you another chance." This man was so grateful that from that moment on, he became one of Philip T.'s greatest boosters. Later, this man was made assistant manager of the office and was an invaluable assistant to Philip T. Regime for releasing occult power for a great new life. 1. To start the flow of occult power through your higher brain centers, it is important that you set aside a certain hour each day for your meditations and invocations. This can be in the morning when you start your day, or at night before you retire. Prepare a corner of your room with a small shrine, in which you have a white candle, some incense, and a sacred relic in which you believe. This can be a religious emblem, a crucifix, or some other relic. You may have soft music playing in the background, something soothing and peaceful. 2. Sit in a comfortable position before your shrine and prepare your mind and body for the visitation of higher occult forces by repeating the following occult creed. You may say this to yourself or aloud, or you may simply read it until you have memorized it. I now dedicate myself to the occult principles of truth, beauty, good, and intelligence that exist in the higher realms of the universe. I tap the occult force of cosmic power, and I am now all-powerful. I invoke the occult force of cosmic energy, and the cells of my brain and body are now charged with dynamic life force and energy. I express life in every cell of my brain and body, and I now become vibrantly alive, healthy, strong, dynamically youthful, and powerful. I now invoke the higher forces of the universe, and I am in attunement with the creative principle that produces all riches and abundance. 3. When you have finished saying the above invocations, sit for a few moments in silent meditation. Mentally see the golden light of the sun flowing earthward, bathing your mind, body, and soul with cosmic power. Now breathe deeply 10 times and exhale slowly, as you visualize yourself standing in the center of a dynamic vortex of golden light. See this light flowing through every cell of your brain and body, and repeat the following invocation. I now absorb the golden light of occult power in every cell of my brain and body. I become the center of a vast constellation of occult powers, which now express through my higher mind centers, giving me power to be in tune with the infinite, knowing all secrets, and to be all-powerful and capable of performing miracles. 4. Now light the white candle and sit before it for a few moments in absolute silence. Let your mind now be receptive to the higher psychic pulsations that issue from the cosmic mind. As you make your mind a blank, pictures and thoughts may begin to flow into your mind centers. These can be psychic in nature, giving you valuable information that you can use. You can tune in on the higher thought forces of other minds while you are in such a state of deep meditation, and know secrets that can benefit you. 5. While sitting in the silence, ask for definite instructions or guidance. You can take with you in your meditation written requests on which you wish advice and guidance. These can be such questions as, how can I solve my problems? Where should I look for a better job? How can I get $1,000 that I need to pay my bills? Is this person suited to me for future marriage? Should I live in the city or the country? How Gordon was psychically helped to attract the sum of $20,000 through occult power. Gordon W. was a student of occultism for only 6 months when he decided to sit in meditation and ask for a seemingly impossible sum of money. He wrote down the sum of $20,000 on a piece of paper and took it into his daily occult reverie. He asked the higher psychic centers of his mind to reveal how he could get this sum without delay, as he needed it to buy a new home for his family. Gordon W. worked for a big advertising firm in New York City and was on a fixed salary. There didn't seem to be any chance to get that money right away, but he confidently asked his higher psychic centers to help him and waited patiently to be shown the way. One night, Gordon W. had a dream in which he saw a product being advertised on television one, which his advertising firm handled. He saw the advertising campaign for that product, and it seemed to sell into the millions. He awakened from his psychic dream and wrote down his idea, and then went to sleep. The next day, he approached the head of his firm with high idea for a new advertising campaign for their client's product. The manager liked the idea and put it entirely into Gordon W.'s hands. When the idea was put into a short movie, it was so sensational, and the client was so pleased that he renewed a multi-million-dollar contract with the advertising firm. The owners of the advertising firm were so delighted with the renewal of the contract that they advanced Gordon W. to an executive position and gave him a $10,000 bonus. Now Gordon W. was confident he would soon have his second $10,000. He went into occult reverie several times, and just like a dream, he saw a film unwinding, giving him a new advertising campaign for a big cigarette company. This idea was put into action by his advertising firm, and for this new commercial on television, Gordon W. received another $10,000 bonus, thus making the complete $20,000 for which he had asked. 6. There are several chords of occult rhythm to which you must be attuned. On your first day in meditation, attune your mind to the occult chord of infinite intelligence. All knowledge may be known to you when you tap the higher occult forces that exist in cosmic mind. This infinite intelligence can be yours by simply attuning yourself to knowledge and wisdom. Study and read books on philosophy, psychology, and self-improvement. Prepare the centers of your mind for the reception of higher wisdom. As you sit in the feel that you are contacting the infinite intelligence for every department of your life. Send out a mental golden line of infinity and contact the cosmic mind or God power. Then sit quietly and wait for the reception of new and creative ideas from this infinite mind. How a college student used the occult force of infinite intelligence to make superior grades. Jimmy E. was a pre-med student whose father was a famous physician and surgeon, and Jimmy E. was expected to become a doctor. However, he was not a good student, and in his pre-med work, he had such low marks that there was grave danger he would never qualify for his medical course. He wanted to make his father proud of him, however, so he sought me out to ask for guidance as to his future. Jimmy E. worked very hard to absorb the occult knowledge, but it was not easy, for he was not a natural student. I gave him a regime to use at night while he slept, in which he would enlist the aid of higher occult masters on the other planes of consciousness. After 2 weeks, he reported that he was making progress in his studies. Some new mental higher centers seemed to open under the stimulus of his occult studies, and he began to make better grades. When it came time for his examinations before school closed for summer vacation, Jimmy E. completely depended on the occult power of infinite intelligence. As a result, he was perfectly relaxed and confident during his examinations. When the results were posted, Jimmy E. was surprised and delighted to find that he passed the examinations with the highest grades of anyone in his class. He went on to his medical studies that fall with a new determination and graduated with high marks, becoming one of our finest specialists in New York City. 7. On the next day of meditation, attune your mind to the occult chord of infinite good. There is a vast reservoir of treasures in the invisible interstices of the universe. All our good comes from the cosmic spirit or intelligence. Each day when you start your activities, give your higher mind centers this positive invocation for contacting the forces of good. I am now the center of my cosmic good. Every department of my life is blessed with that which is for my ultimate good. I attract good. I am good, and I radiate goodness to everyone meet. 8. On the next day of meditation, attune yourself to the occult chord of infinite love. Feel the divine emotion of love. Radiate this emotion all day long to every person you meet. There is personal love and impersonal love. You must attune this occult chord daily, just as a violinist tunes his violin before he can have sweet music. Say the following invocation for this tuning process to the chord of infinite love. I am now filled with the dynamic power of divine love. I am the center of universal love, and I radiate love in my voice, my personality, my actions, and my thoughts all day. I now magnetize others with this cosmic power of love, and they are attracted to me for mutual good. How Fernan saved her threatened marriage with the occult chord of love. Fernan was a 45-year-old married woman with 2 children, who had come to my lecture work in New York City and learned about these occult forces that work in our lives. She had a very real problem. Her husband, who was 50 years old, had become interested in a younger woman who worked in his office, and he wanted a divorce so he could marry this woman. Fernan began to use her occult powers to change this unfortunate situation. She asked for divine guidance in her daily meditation sessions. One day, while doing her housework, the answer came through quite clearly. Something told her psychically, "You must work to win your husband's love once again. Give more time and attention to him and his needs. Be loving and forgiving, and he will change, for he still has love in his heart, for you and your children." Fernan went on with her program of sending out love and forgiveness to her husband. She never discussed the other woman. She did not blame her husband, nor nag him about his actions. She kept up this occult regime of sending out love, and at night she talked to her husband silently before going to sleep, telling him how she loved him, and that for the sake of their children, they should not divorce. Within 3 weeks' time, her husband came to her and told her that he had changed his mind, that he did not want a divorce, and that he still loved Fernan and wanted to keep the home intact. They had a complete reconciliation and went on to build a more solid and enduring marriage than they had known before. Chapter 2. How to work miracles in your daily living through your occult powers. Throughout the centuries, thousands of great men and women have used invisible occult power to perform astounding miracles in their daily lives. All about us we can see the evidence of a miracle-working power that is released by a superior cosmic intelligence. This invisible occult power flowing through the centers of your consciousness may be channeled to perform miracles of healing. It can give you creative and inspirational power to achieve great things. You can be showered with riches and material abundance. You will be able to tap higher psychic centers and receive clairvoyance, psychic impressions, and intuitional revelations that will astound you. Truly, you are a miracle worker when you once harness this superior occult power that will turn you from an ordinary person into one of extraordinary achievements. All about us are unbelievable miracles. See the unbelievable miracles that are all around us, which man has been able to achieve by tapping this strata of higher occult power that exists in the invisible spaces of the cosmos. Man has harnessed the power of the sun in a cube 2 inches square, capable of running his machines for centuries, or if wrongly used, capable of destroying millions of lives in a few moments through the hydrogen bomb. Electricity has been channeled from the invisible universe to create energy and increase man's productivity. This invisible element has existed for centuries, but only in the recent past has man discovered how to create electricity with his dynamos and to channel it through copper wires. We are now able to tap the invisible wavelengths of magnetism and conduct power to our radio sets and television, bringing into the visible domain the astounding array of sounds, pictures, and communication which entertains, educates, inspires, and uplifts mankind when constructively used. The miracle of Telestar makes it possible for electrical pulsations to be sent simultaneously into millions of homes throughout the world. 100 years ago, telephones, radios, motion pictures, televisions, automobiles, and airplanes were completely unknown. Now they are everyday miracles that elicit no wonder. How to use the law of psychosynthesis in occultism. There is an amazing occult law in the invisible universe known as psychosynthesis, which you may use to create any combination of life experiences that you may hold in your imagination. We see this law of synthesis at work in the realm of nature. A plant is able to take into its structure the sun, air, and nourishment from the soil, break it down into its various chemical compounds, and then utilize them to build up a complete new product from its own cosmic pattern or blueprint, which is contained in the seed. From the seemingly inert black soil, this higher occult power is able to perform its alchemy and produce golden oranges, red apples, yellow pears, purple orchids, and crimson roses. How this cosmic intelligence performs this astounding miracle science does not know and cannot duplicate in laboratories. However, you may use this same power of the cosmic intelligence through the occult law of psychosynthesis, and in your mental kaleidoscope, you may focus creative power to fashion whatever world you choose to live in. The regime for projecting occult power to work daily miracles. 1. Before you prepare to draw upon the higher occult forces in the invisible world, it is necessary that you dedicate yourself as a positive channel for the projection of this creative power. Withdraw into a quiet room, where you may be alone for your daily occult work. Have a white candle burning, and either use incense or some perfume, which helps release power from the psycho-neurocenters of the higher mind. You may have soft music playing, but be certain it is serene and gentle, not turbulent. Visualize the life force flowing from the infinite, like the golden rays of the sun that bombard the earth. See these rays concentrating on your mind as the focal point of your own personal power and life force. Repeat to yourself the following invocation as you focus this creative occult ray in your consciousness. I am the center of life, light, and intelligence. I now relax my mind and body and let the divine flood of life-giving energy, power, and glory flow in and through my mind, body, and soul. I am life incarnate. I am vibrantly alive. I breathe deeply of the golden elixir of life, and my brain and body cells are filled with the life force and cosmic rhythm of health, youth, vitality, and joy. 2. To use your kaleidoscope of occult power, sit in the silence as instructed above. Hold your mind very still. Do not let your thoughts jump from one thing to another, but command them to concentrate entirely on thinking of your mind as a glass prism. Then concentrate on visualizing the light of God's infinite intelligence shining from celestial heights upon your mind centers. You have seen a magnifying glass concentrate the rays of the sun to a piece of paper, and observed how it will soon burn a hole in the paper. The cosmic mind power can only work through your higher mind when you hold your mind still and visualize this infinite intelligence shining through your mind and concentrating its creative rays on your higher mind centers. How occult power performs miracles of healing. An instance that came to my attention of how this occult power can be used to perform amazing miracles of healing was that of a woman who was bedridden and yet was not physically sick. No cause could be ascertained for her continued paralysis. Mrs. H. tried every known form of cure, but nothing seemed to work. A member of our Carnegie Hall lecture group in New York came to me one day and asked me if I thought I could help this woman with my knowledge of occult science. I agreed to try and help Mrs. H. I visited her for an hour and gained her confidence. She confessed something to me she had not told any living human being, even her 2 grown children, a son and daughter. A few months before her illness, Mrs. H. was shopping near her husband's office at noontime. She walked by a restaurant, and there in a booth near the window, she saw her husband with a very attractive red-haired young woman. They were laughing and chatting in such a familiar way that this woman instantly knew her husband was having an affair with the woman. This woman went into a state of psychic shock from her suppressed rage, jealousy, and suspicion. She lost all feelings for her husband. He could not understand her cool indifference, and finally resigned himself to her continued emotional aloofness, attributing it to a possible change of life. In the following 3 months, this woman became more and more retiring and mentally disturbed. One morning she awakened and found that she could not move her legs. She seemed to be paralyzed from the waist down. When I learned all the facts in the case, I began to work in daily sessions of 1 hour to give this woman the basic understanding of occult laws, which could heal her completely if she only had sufficient faith. Mrs. H followed my instructions and later told me her husband confessed completely, but told her he did not love the woman. He promised to break off with her at once, which he did. Then Mrs. H began her daily periods of occult practice, in which she projected the cosmic life force to the cells of her brain and body. After she fully forgave her husband, Mrs. H began to feel the life force flowing into her lower limbs for the first time in months. Within 3 weeks' time, Mrs. H was sitting up in bed, with feeling restored in her lower limbs. A few days later, she took her first tentative steps, leaning on her attentive husband's arm. In a short time, she was slowly walking about her room, and before 3 months were over, Mrs. H was completely restored to her former physical condition. Truly a miracle, which the doctors admitted was due to some higher power than material science. 3. Now concentrate through the prism of your mind the occult ray of infinite intelligence. Hold your mind still and repeat the following words either to yourself or aloud. I now tap the highest form of creative intelligence in the universe, the infinite intelligence that created the universe and all therein. I now concentrate this creative ray through my higher mind. My brain centers are now illumined by the creative flame of infinite intelligence. I probe the secrets of the universe, and they are revealed to me. I am now under the psychic guidance of a higher intelligence, and all is known to me. I am guided by a higher intelligence to my true life destiny. Work each day to build the sum total of your own intelligence. Read good books, study specialized subjects to prepare yourself for a great destiny in some special field, such as science, art, music, literature, or finance and industry. Be aware every day that some higher cosmic intelligence works through your mind. How the occult ray of infinite intelligence changed this man's entire life. A former student of mine, Raymond H., learned of these occult laws and used them to change his entire life. He had never been to college, but he had a great desire to use occult powers to elevate himself to a position where he could associate with important people in high places and achieve for himself a position of interest and prestige. He began to project this occult ray of infinite intelligence through the kaleidoscope of his higher mind. He sat in regular daily sessions asking for guidance from the cosmic mind as to what course of action he should take to better himself in life. 2 things came through strongly in these occult sessions. He was told to go to evening high school and improve himself by studying public speaking and French. Raymond H. spent 2 years perfecting himself in every way possible. One day, at a cocktail party, he met a senator and his wife, who showed an interest in him and invited him to their home for dinner. Following his own divine instinct, Raymond H. told the senator of his desire to travel and improve his lot in life. The senator seemed impressed with his culture, his knowledge of French, and his desire to advance himself. Exactly 1 week later, the senator called Raymond H. and told him there was an opening in the American embassy for a young man who could speak a little French, and he asked him if he would like the job. This was the chance Raymond H. had waited for, and his psychic sense told him to take the offer. In a few weeks' time, Raymond H. found himself living and working in the American embassy in the gay capital of Paris, associating with people who were interesting and important. 4. The next step for focusing the occult creative rays through the kaleidoscope of your higher mind is to concentrate your mind on the ray of creative power. Mentally scan the hidden places of the universe where this secret occult force is at work creating all the visible and invisible universe. Project your mind to the earth and for a few moments consider the mystery of a growing tree, the roots, branches, trunk, fruit, blossoms, all absorbing this creative ray of occult power. To open the higher creative centers of your mind, repeat the following invocation to creative power. I am now the center of dynamic, creative occult power. I unfold within myself the mystical force that can change the entire universe into the image of that which I desire. How Mrs. Henrietta B. used the occult ray of creative power to release new talents. There was the instance of Henrietta B., who studied the occult laws in my lectures and classes in Carnegie Hall. She was married, had 3 growing children, and little time to think of anything except housework, cooking, and cleaning. However, when the children were at school, she had time to spare from her household chores. But she was so fatigued that she usually lay down and rested. One day, in occult reverie, when she was doing her daily invocations and rituals, she felt a sudden sense of light penetrating some portion of her brain and awakening a new sense of creative energy and power. She saw written words which she could not quite decipher. She saw flashes of color, like movie scenes flashed on a screen in Technicolor. At first she was alarmed at this phenomenon, and at the next class, she asked me to explain what was happening to her. I told her not to be alarmed, that this was a sign that new creative centers of her brain were opening up under the impetus of the occult ray of creative power, which she was releasing through the prism of her mind. The next session of occult meditation in which Henrietta B. indulged, she felt an urge to write down the inspiration that came through. She began using the occult ray of automatic writing, which frequently comes through those who are ready, and soon she had written pages full of crowded script. Later, when she read what had come through automatic writing, it was as if a complete stranger had written the words. She then asked the higher occult forces what they wanted her to do with this writing, and the answer came through that she was to send it to a household magazine. She had it typed and sent it out. The editor wrote her a personal letter saying they liked the article, which told of how a housewife used her spare time to do creative things, but that the article would be changed to fit their editorial needs. This she did, and soon received a good-sized check with a request for more such articles. 5. Now you are ready to ascend a step higher into the mystical stratosphere of occult power. You will focus in the prism of your higher mind, the occult ray of transcendental faith. This ray of occult power is responsible for all the miracles that are performed in the realm of nature. The earth has faith that the miracle rays of the sun will give it light and heat, so that crops may mature to nourish mankind. The seed has faith that the mysterious occult power within the soil will cause it to sprout and become wheat, corn, or tomatoes. The child within the mother's womb has faith that it will mature and be born on schedule. Everywhere we look in the realm of nature, this transcendental power of faith is at work creating miracles that baffle science. Express your faith every day by using positive words. Instead of charging your higher mind centers with negative power by saying such things as, "I'm sick, I'm old, I'm tired, I'm poor," repeat over and over such words as, "I am healthy, I am youthful and energetic, I have unending vitality for every need, I am blessed with abundance." 6. Everywhere you look in the realm of nature, you see the fifth occult creative ray, beauty, expressing itself flamboyantly. Beauty exists in every realm of nature. Ugliness is man-made. The sky is a canopy of cerulean blue. The earth is adorned in an array of iridescent colors that challenge the brilliancy of the rainbow. Soft shades of greens, blues, purples, crimsons, and gold bathe the entire universe. Everywhere you look, you see this kaleidoscope of colors, bedecking the face of nature with unending symphonies of beauty. The prism of your higher mind can take this same occult of beauty and let it radiate in your consciousness. It will then create its miracles of radiant loveliness for you. Inner beauty is possible for all to achieve. No matter what features you were born with, no matter if you are old or young, you may tap the occult fountain of beauty and adorn your face and body with the magic circle of radiant beauty. Each day pass beautiful thoughts and memories through your higher mind. Let the prism of your mind break up this creative ray into the component parts of beauty. Reflect charm, graciousness, consideration, poise, and warmth in your personality. Train the muscles of your face to be held in a smiling pose rather than a frowning, scowling one. How the occult ray of infinite beauty changed this girl's destiny. Alma T. was a very drab and plain-looking girl when she first came into our studies in Carnegie Hall. She was 22 years of age and told me in a personal interview that she had never been sought out for dates by boys of her acquaintance. She wound up her sad recital by saying, "Oh, well, I guess I'm just not attractive to boys." I gave Alma T. an occult regime in which she was to be aware of beauty in the world around her. Then I told her to unfold beauty within by practicing the virtues of goodness, kindness, generosity, and love. She worked on this schedule for 3 weeks, doing nothing else but concentrating 1 hour a day on occult attunement with the cosmic ray of beauty. When she returned to me again, an amazing change had begun to come over her features. Almaty smiled more frequently, and her lips seemed to take on a new shape which made them attractive. She had more magnetism and warmth in her personality. Her voice seemed more relaxed and charming. She became magnetic and charming. Men soon found her alluring, and in a few weeks' time she was dating steadily, with very good prospects of marriage with a young Navy lieutenant. 7. The sixth occult ray of creative light that can literally create miracles for you in your daily life is the spiritual ray of goodness. It is noteworthy that only 2 definitions are given in the Bible for God. God is good, and God is love. The occult ray of goodness must be focused on the screen of your higher mind each day by doing good deeds, by being good, and by seeing only the good in others. Many marriages break up because one marriage partner sees in his or her mate glaring deficiencies and limitations. If such people would concentrate rather on 1 or 2 good traits in the character of the marriage partner, the negative traits would become less obvious. 8. The last but most important of all the 7 occult rays of creative power is that of divine love. This ray should be focused in the prism of your higher mind, daily. The emotion of love is the most creative and constructive of all human emotions. It is the greatest miracle worker of all time. More thousands of people have been healed of sickness because of this divine emotion of love than through any other source. Great monuments have been built to the emotion of love. The magnificent Taj Mahal in Uttar Pradesh, India, was built by the ruler of that province in memory of the love he had for his wife. Beautiful music has been composed, great paintings have been created, inspiring sculpture has been shaped, dynasties and empires have been built under the creative impetus of man's love for woman. Every mother of a great genius like Milton, Shakespeare, Byron, Newton, Lincoln, Edison, or Burbank should have a monument built to her memory for creating through the inspiration of divine love such greatness and nobility. Practice releasing through the prism of your higher mind this occult ray of divine love each day. Chapter 3. How to predict the future through occult forces. You have been given the power to know your future and predict the outcome of certain events in your life. By harnessing the occult forces that exist in the invisible universe, you may have a direct line of communication between your higher psychic centers and the cosmic mind that controls the entire universe. In the vast interstellar spaces of the cosmos, there is a network of psychic communication between the cosmic mind and every form of creation that exists. When these higher centers are fully developed through a study of occult science, you may put yourself into direct communication with the cosmic intelligence that knows every event that is scheduled to happen throughout the cons of time comprising eternity. You may also tap this invisible network of vibrations and communicate with others' minds, sending them thoughts they both receive and accurately interpret. It is also possible for others to communicate with you through these psychic forms and influence your behavior in the future. This chapter tells you how to accomplish this. Scientific proof of wavelengths existing in the invisible universe. There is now scientific proof that there are invisible wavelengths existing in the universe by which man may communicate on his own personal wavelength with other persons. Every person has his own individual wavelength, and he may utilize it to reach others. The amazing invention of a new form of communication by the telephone company now makes it possible for every person to use his own personal wavelength instantly to telephone his own home or office. It is estimated that there are billions of these individual wavelengths which man may use. You may use your psychic lifeline with divine intelligence that knows all, sees all, hears all, and controls all living things on this planet and in interplanetary space. When your higher brain centers are trained to receive these higher psychic messages from the cosmic mind, you may use them to guide you in your daily life, to help you make right decisions. You may be given information about future events that will occur. You may discover new formulas to change matter into other forms. You can invent new objects for daily use and have creative patterns of thought that can change the face of the world. The occult regime to know your future. 1. When you wish to obtain information regarding the events of your life, present or future, it is necessary that you put yourself into a state of occult reverie, where your mind will be completely still and removed from the outer world of problems and distractions. Go into a quiet room where you have soft lights and can assume a comfortable position, either lying down or sitting up, with your hands folded in your lap and your body held perfectly still. Now you must clear your conscious mind of all the day's turbulent thoughts and emotions. This is done by repeating the following or similar invocation. I now bid my conscious mind be still. I remove from the surface of my mind all thoughts of worry, fear, hate, and anxiety. I become peaceful and still. My mind is now like the surface of a lake, reflecting clearly the blue skies and golden sun. My soul is serene and tranquil, and I now probe the secret powers that exist in the invisible universe. How one lady had a psychic vision of her future marriage. Marian J. had studied with my student group in California. She was 30 years of age and unmarried, living with her crippled mother. She wanted marriage and a home of her own, and she began to go into occult reverie every day asking for guidance. In her occult meditation one day she had a vision. She saw herself meeting a man at a party. He was tall, stocky, had a small mustache and blue eyes. When she came out of her occult reverie, she jotted down the impressions she had during this psychic flight into the dimensions of the future. Within 3 months' time, after sitting in occult reverie each day and projecting the psychic pictures of her future, she got a letter from an aunt on her father's side, telling her that her aunt was living alone in her big home in San Francisco since her husband's death 3 years before, and inviting MJ and her mother to come and make their home with her. MJ and her mother sold their furnishings, took a plane to San Francisco, and moved into a beautiful home in a section of the city, where they looked out over the Golden Gate Bridge in the bay. One night, shortly after they arrived, her aunt gave a big hilly party to introduce MJ and her mother to her social group. After a few guests had arrived, MJ saw enter the room a man who was very tall, stockily built, and answered perfectly the description she had received in her psychic reverie, even to the small mustache. Her heart began to pound with a strange emotion, and when she was introduced to him by her aunt, she found that he was an architect and unmarried. It seemed in that moment, as she looked into his romantic blue eyes, she told me, that some kind of psychic flash went between them, and she knew that this was the man of her dreams, whom she would marry. Within 3 months' time, this man proposed to her, and a few weeks later they were married. 2. When you have stated the above invocation, or one that you devise for your own personal use, sit quietly and breathe deeply for 10 or 15 counts, saying to yourself over and over, "Peace, be still. Peace, be still. Peace, be still." 3. Now project your mind into the fourth dimensional realm. This is done by closing your eyes, as if going to sleep, and gently pushing your thoughts upward, as if trying to ascend into the upper stratosphere. You can use 1 or 2 methods for achieving this mystical elevation into transcendental realms. You can visualize yourself being in an airplane soaring up above the earth until it reaches an elevation of 10 or 20,000 feet. Or you can imagine yourself rising up a very high mountain until you have achieved the uppermost peaks, when you have an unlimited sweep of the horizon. 4. When you have achieved this fourth dimensional perspective, you are ready to enter the invisible psychic threshold, which can lead your questing mind to new and glorious mystical experiences. Now ask infinite intelligence for guidance. Ask for clairvoyant vision as to your future, your present events, what you should do, how to solve problems, and overcome situations that are burdensome. The clairvoyant pictures should start to focus upon the screen of your psychic mind, like pictures on a motion picture screen. They may at first come through only as imaginative flashes, scenes that come and go. You may have memory recall of when you were a child, things that happened, good and bad. You may skip years and suddenly recall an event that occurred recently. Let your mind go on this psychic spree unchecked, revealing what it will. Soon there will come into vivid focus scenes that begin to reveal a definite pattern of destiny. 5. When you wish to contact the minds of other people through occult reverie, use the golden line of infinity to connect your soul substance with the soul of the person you are trying to establish psychic communication with. This golden line of infinity is a very real occult force. It is like the umbilical cord that ties a child to its mother while it matures in the womb. There is an occult lifeline that ties every person to the cosmic mind called God. Through this psychic lifeline, we are guided and motivated throughout our lives. You may use this golden line of infinity to reach any person you consciously choose. His soul essence is psychically attuned to yours the moment you bring into focus a desire to transmit psychic impressions to him. How this golden line of infinity brought one woman $50,000. Mrs. Laura T. was one of my early lecture members in Carnegie Hall. She was a widow with 2 grown children. She had learned how to use psychic power, and each day had her occult reverie to ask for guidance and psychic visions. One day, while she was meditating, she had a psychic flash of a face that she had not seen in years, a cousin with whom she had been reared in Oklahoma City. She had moved away from that city to come to New York with her husband, and had lost contact with the family. This psychic picture was rather a sad one, for her cousin seemed to be weeping over someone's death. The urge came to Laura T. to write her cousin. She did, sending her New York address, and in a short time word came back from the cousin that she had just buried her father, and was indeed weeping at the time Laura T. had her occult revelation. But the big surprise came later in the letter. The girl's father had grown enormously rich through real estate development, and had left a will stipulating that Laura T. was to receive the sum of $50,000 from his estate. How to project the golden line of infinity. To project this golden line of infinity, sit quietly and meditate on cosmic mind. Visualize cosmic intelligence as a vast etheric sea into which flow all the tributaries of invisible streams of thought. Project from the center of your consciousness, a space approximately corresponding to a position between your eyes, a mental golden line that extends into the upper strata of the cosmos. This is your lifeline to infinity. Now project out onto that cosmic stream the name of the person you wish to contact with your higher psychic mind. Or you may project the face of the person you wish to contact on the astral planes. You can say the name of the person to yourself. Mary, I wish to contact you. I wish to give you this message. The person you contact in this way through the golden line of infinity may suddenly have a vision of your face and telephone you or write you. Or he may go to sleep, and during sleep have a psychic dream in which he receives your message. Very often clairvoyant dreams come through in which a person is warned of danger, or given instructions to buy a certain stock that is going up. 2 instances of this type of psychic dream occurred to members of my lecture group in New York. Mrs. Frida K. had a psychic and clairvoyant vision one night that her son was climbing a mountain and slipped and fell, injuring himself. She awakened from her dream, troubled and disturbed. Her son was planning a mountain climbing outing with some of his college friends for the next week. Mrs. K. urged him to give up the idea, telling him of her dream, but the boy laughed at her and went ahead the next weekend with his plans to climb the mountain. On the way up the slope, one of the boys lost his footing and fell, seriously injuring himself. Mrs. K.'s son was also injured, breaking an arm. Another instance of clairvoyant dreams was that of Gerald L., who projected the thought to cosmic mind that he would grow rich through stock market investments. He had a psychic vision one night while asleep that he was standing on a mountain top, stretching his arms out to infinity, awaiting some glorious mystical experience. Out of the blue there came an enormous white eagle with wide outspread wings. As the eagle soared past him, he caught hold of the wings and was carried up high into the immensities of space. Then he awakened and jotted down the facts of his psychic dream. As his interests were connected with the stock market, he examined the list of stocks on the various exchanges. He found listed there a stock that had White Eagle in its name, which was selling for the low price of $1.50 a share. He bought 6,000 shares and confidently awaited events. Within a year and a half, this stock went up from $1.50 a share to $6, and Gerald L. sold his shares for several $1,000s profit. However, if he had held the stock an additional 6 months, he would have made $10,000 more profit. 6. You may also use this occult power to predict the future for members of your own family or friends. Each person carries around his body the invisible vibrations on which are written what is called the Akashic record, a kind of psychic dossier of that person's entire lifetime, including the future. Jot down your impressions from the other person's Akashic record and inform the person of them. Then confidently await results. You will find that soon he will report that these things about which you had psychic flashes really begin to occur. How one man used this power to detect a fraudulent business partner. A man who studied these occult laws with me in my classes in New York City, Mr. Frank F., used this type of projection of psychic power to learn of a business partner's fraud and deceit. He had felt for some time that there was less money in his accounts than there should be. He decided to project his occult power into his partner's Akashic record and have revealed the truth about his secret thoughts. He was shocked to find himself actually thinking his partner's innermost thoughts. Those thoughts were of ways to divert funds from Frank F. into his own pocket. When Frank F. came out of his occult reverie, he set about discovering how his partner was cheating him. One day he discovered a drawer open in his partner's private desk. He was guided to open that drawer in search of some papers, and there he found the evidence that he had wanted of his partner's deceit. When confronted with this evidence, the man broke down and confessed that he had indeed been taking money from the business, and he agreed to pay back the money and withdraw from the business. This brought about an amicable settlement, and Mr. F. was on his own in his highly profitable business. You may ask of Cosmic Mind anything you desire in these periods of occult reverie, and the answers will come through in some mysterious manner. You will be guided to some course of action that will fulfill the pattern of your future destiny. One woman used this projection to seek out a rent-controlled apartment in New York that would be within her means, near her work, and according to specific needs she had. Within 1 week, she was guided mysteriously to the exact location and type of apartment she wanted, at the rent she could afford. A man desired a position with a big accounting firm where he could make a better salary than his old position paid him. In 3 weeks' time, he was brought into contact with a man who revealed that a position was open in his firm, and he won the good job at exactly the salary he had projected. A young lady of 20 who studied these occult laws for projecting her future career saw herself in occult reverie as an actress in television and movies. She had no training, but she felt that this was her destiny. She projected the psychic picture on her golden line of infinity for 2 months. One day she went to a recital that a friend of hers was giving in Carnegie Recital Hall, and there met a wealthy woman who was sponsoring the pianist. This woman immediately remarked that the girl would be a good prospect for acting and offered to finance her in an acting school for 6 months to prepare her for a career as an actress. This all came about without effort on the girl's part. Chapter 4. How to use dynamic occult laws that can make you successful and rich. There are dynamic occult laws in the realm of the invisible which can make you successful and rich. When you study these laws and apply them to your own everyday life, you will tap one of the greatest sources of power in the universe. This is the invisible power that has motivated such financial giants as J.P. Morgan, Andrew Carnegie, John D. Rockefeller, Bernard Baruch, Paul Getty, Howard Hughes, Aristotle Onassis, and other fabulously rich men. The power to magnetize and attract money does not depend on a college education, nor on being born into a wealthy family. Most great fortunes were not built by academic knowledge, but by some inner, spontaneous knowledge that arose from the higher occult forces tapped by these men's minds. The occult key of desire is necessary to open the secret, innermost chambers of your consciousness and reveal to your questing mind how to go about the business of accumulating more of this world's treasures. This chapter reveals the secret of this key. You are surrounded by illimitable riches. In the invisible world, where true occult power resides, you must realize you are surrounded by illimitable riches. Every breath of air you inhale possesses the dynamic power of life and energy. Your brain is a veritable cyclotron, which is capable of splitting the atoms of thought and projecting a radiant stream of creative golden power that can turn your thoughts into the shimmering gold of mental, material, and spiritual riches. This occult power exists in a mental and spiritual dimension of life and can be tapped by you whenever you want to use it to create riches and abundance. You can become rich through your own occult powers. You can become as rich as you wish to be through your own higher occult powers. Here is an example of how this works. A lecture member, Mr. Philip H., studied these occult laws for growing rich in my New York study group. He projected the cosmic blueprint for a fortune of $100,000. He was in the diamond business and was an expert in his field, but the diamonds were not his. He desired a fortune for 3 reasons. He wanted to own his own home, so he could rear his family in comfort and security. He had a 10-year-old son, and he wanted him to become well-educated in some profession that required a college degree. He wanted to go into his own business later, to achieve greater security for his family. After projecting this inner desire to become rich to the cosmic intelligence, he set to work each day using invocations and rituals to solidify his own higher occult powers, and then he expectantly awaited his good fortune. One day he was browsing through the newspaper when he saw an article talking about the big diamond fields discovered in the Republic of the Congo, and how people were becoming rich through this source. He contacted the country's embassy under the prompting of his higher psychic sense, and was informed that he could obtain a permit to go to work there, receiving a salary of approximately 5 times what he made on his present job. Transportation was furnished him, with his wife and son. He signed a contract for 2 years, and was assured of his own private house, rent-free, and other benefits, which made it possible to save all his monthly salary. This man set off on the new adventure that had presented itself. He estimates that within 3 years' time, he can have his fortune and return to the States to go into his own business. Be patient, have faith, and know when you have set these occult forces into motion, that the cosmic intelligence will guide you unerringly in the direction of the riches and abundance you desire. How to use the occult regime to grow wealthy. 1. Sit each day in the silence and picture to yourself the degree of wealth that you desire. What represents security to you? Would you be satisfied with $100,000? Do you desire $1 million? What do you want the money for? Write down on a sheet of paper what your exact needs and desires are. When you create this definite blueprint, it helps the occult forces concentrate their creative energy in direct lines of action. If you change your desires every day and do not know specifically what it is you want, your occult law of cosmic attraction is disrupted, and you will lack the creative power to build a fortune. You rich how a widow became financially successful through occult power. A case which illustrates how this occult power works through one's higher mind is that of a widow, Mrs. H.F., in our lecture work, whose husband had died, leaving her only a small insurance policy, which was soon dissipated. She had no resources to fall back on, no wealthy uncles or aunts to leave her a fortune. She came to me for a private consultation and asked desperately, "What shall I do to make money?" I told Mrs. H.F. to write down on a sheet of paper her desires, to list the things she wanted to do with her money when she attracted it. Then I told her of the biblical injunction, "What hast thou in thine house?" I told her to print this in block letters and put it above her mirror so she would see it every day. Then I told her to consult the higher psychic powers of her own mind as to the solution of her financial problem, and the answer would come through either when she was in the stillness of her meditation periods or when she was going about her daily activities. The answer came about in a most unexpected manner. A cousin of hers was giving a party for 50 guests and asked Mrs. H.F. if she knew of a good caterer to make the appetizers. She remembered a firm that had catered another party she had attended and gave her cousin the telephone number. At the party, she noticed that the appetizers were not too good, and her cousin told her how very expensive they were. Then Mrs. F. had a sudden revelation. She thought of the Bible quotation I had used, "What hast thou in thine house?" She realized she had only one real gift, the ability to cook. She was noted for her little intimate dinner parties, and guests usually raved about the appetizers she served. She began working out of her own home kitchen to open a catering service for families of middle income who could not afford the city's expensive catering firms. She had cards printed which she circulated by mail to all of her friends and acquaintances. Then she took a small ad in a neighborhood paper telling of her services. In a few days her phone was ringing constantly with people asking for her catering services. In a short time, she had so much work to do she hired a helper, and within 3 months she was banking more money than she had ever dreamed possible. 2. Use the occult power of mystical invocations to focalize mental thought forms on the screen of your mind. These thought forms are all about you in the invisible world. They are the same thought forms that were the inspiration for geniuses throughout history. Such scientists and explorers as Newton, Pasteur, Galileo, Burbank, and Columbus used this higher occult power, and their thought forms are still in existence and may be your mystical visitants if you court them in your periods of meditation. Call upon these and other geniuses of the past through the power of mystical invocations. Use the following ones and say them aloud each day when you are in occult reverie, and then patiently wait for the occult centers of power within your brain to open to receive the particular thought forms you magnetize. I now call upon the higher invisible mystic forces of the universe to enter the domain of my creative faculties. I am now receptive to the highest inspiration that it is possible for man to achieve and receive. I ask to be shown how to release my own creative powers to achieve success and riches. How a young stockbroker used this occult power. How this occult power can work through the higher brain centers to stimulate one into dynamic creative action was shown in the case of a man of 30 who worked in a big brokerage firm selling stocks. Mr. George D. made fairly good money on his commissions, but when he learned in our class study work that he could set his own level of income by releasing occult power, he began to shape his thinking into a new pattern of creative action. After only 2 weeks of this type of daily occult reverie, George D. reported back to me and told me how suddenly his mind seemed to come into sharp focus, almost as if invisible thought waves from some higher mind were guiding him in his actions. He began to know by some strange intuitive sense which stocks were going up and which were going down. He guided his customers to make certain purchases, and when they did, the stocks began going up. He sensed which stocks were on the way down and advised his customers to get rid of them. They marveled that his psychic information proved true. 3. Learn how to use the occult law of geometric progression to increase your mental powers and your wealth. In simple arithmetic progression, 2 plus 2 equals 4. 2 plus 4 equals 6. 2 plus 6 equals 8. But in geometric progression, 2 times 2 equals 4. 2 times 4 equals 8. 2 times 8 equals 16. In geometric progression, you can keep doubling the sum total each time until after only 30 times you reach the figure of billions. 4. Do not accept the fact that you can never achieve riches. 5. Accelerate your thinking now to believe the riches of the universe are yours. This will stimulate the dynamo of occult power within your brain and give you new inspiration for achieving riches. 6. Use the occult law of transmutation to turn your thoughts into shimmering gold. Project daily a stream of creative ideas in your business, your home, your environment. See how you can change things and improve them. Look about you and see what new inventions you could create, what new methods you could use to improve your product or make greater sales. How one young man used this secret occult power to go into his own successful business. A young man, Tr., who had learned of these occult powers in my study groups in New York, returned to his home city in the Midwest, where he had admitted he was a failure in life. He had never crystallized his occult forces in a pattern of success. He had one big ambition: to own his own interior decorating shop and create beautiful environments for his clients. With the occult knowledge he had studied, he began to project a stream of golden thoughts through the occult law of transmutation. He received the inspiration one day to start an interior decorating telephone service, in which he offered free advice to people in middle-income families who wished to avail themselves of his services. Amazingly enough, most of the people who sought out his decorating ideas engaged him to redo their homes. Soon he was working with a corps of furniture makers, drapery and carpentry firms. Painters and plumbers were called in for consultations on various decorating problems, and the young man was growing and expanding his business, until he had 10 full-time employees and hundreds of people working for him through other firms. Chapter 5: How to Become a Creative Genius Through Occult Revelations. The entire universe is pervaded by an occult power and an invisible intelligence that is far more subtle and pervasive than electricity or magnetism. This occult power has the ability to control and shape the invisible protoplasm, out of which everything from stars to human beings is created. When you once learn how to tap this invisible stratum of superintelligence, through the laws of occultism presented in this chapter, you may stimulate your creative brain centers and become a mental giant. No matter how limited is your education or background, you have the power to become a creative genius through these occult revelations. Just as a Michelangelo, Shakespeare, Columbus, Galileo, Copernicus, Socrates, or Beethoven did. Creative genius issues from an inner occult compulsion. All creative genius issues from an inner occult compulsion to do, to become, to achieve, to perfect, to evolve, to create something of enduring greatness and magnificence. It is the same creative occult process whether you wish to write a sonnet, invent a new creation, compose music, or paint magnificent pictures like a Raphael or Titian. This occult ray of creative power must stem from within your own immortal soul. It is there that the mystical experience comes into focus and projects upon the creative atoms and cells of your brain. The regime for releasing occult power to become a creative genius. 1. In order to align yourself with the creative power of the invisible cosmic intelligence, it is necessary that you first raise the rate of vibration of your mind and body, so that you are in tune with the higher creative occult forces that rule the invisible universe. As these cosmic forces are vibratory in nature, you must vibrate to the same wavelength that this spiritual intelligence uses. Raise your spiritual and occult vibration for beauty by concentrating on the forces that make up beauty. Look at the beauty in nature and let your own creative thought patterns emulate and follow that beauty. 2. Align yourself with the occult creative power of joy and radiance. Visualize the sun bathing the world in golden splendor. See the beauty of a viridian sea and the canopy of heaven's glorious cerulean blue. Visualize the silvery moon and stars bedecking the sublime countenance of heaven, and let that ray of occult creative power transform the atoms and cells of your brain into patterns of radiance and joy. Feel joyous at the thought of some illuminating experience you have shared. Radiate happiness in your facial expression, in your smiles, in your patterns of thought reflected by positive words that you express to others. 3. Create a quiet, orderly environment in which you express each day your creative patterns of thought. The occult power works in the invisible universe under the laws of order, harmony, and unity. Be sure you reflect these three forces in your daily life, and soon they will shed their creative occult power, bringing you a higher rate of spiritual vibration that can be used to shape inspired and illumined patterns of creativity. How a lecture member used this creative power to build her new world. Pauline R. was a lecture member in New York City who had need of occult power to create a new world for herself and her 4-year-old son. Her husband had been killed in a traffic accident shortly before she first came into our occult study sessions. She wanted to be self-supporting and at the same time bring something of beauty to the world. She had a little money left from her husband's insurance policy and knew that she must go to work in some field where she could use the talents she possessed. Fortunately, before she married, she had graduated from a beauty school and she was a skillful cosmetologist. She sat down one day in occult reverie and put her mental and spiritual house in order. She wrote down on a sheet of paper, for purposes of occult meditation, the 3 occult laws of order, harmony, and unity. She meditated on each of these 3 words, letting them reflect their vibratory rhythm in her higher creative mind centers. She was going to a party one night and needed to have her hair dressed, so she went to a new beauty shop in her neighborhood. She did not know why she selected this shop, for she had been going for some years to another beauty salon. While her hair was being set, the operator told her casually that the owner of the salon wanted to find a new partner for her business, as the young man working with her was leaving open a new salon in his own hometown in the South. Something struck a spark in Pauline R.'s mind, and told her that this was the intuitive guidance she had been asking for. She later made inquiries of the woman who owned the beauty shop and found that the sum of money required to go into partnership in this highly profitable salon was exactly the amount she had left from her insurance policy. From that moment on, Pauline R. told me later, everything worked out perfectly. She began to practice her cosmetology, and soon was so proficient that customers began making appointments for days in advance to obtain her skillful services. She seemed to possess a magic touch that other operators could not achieve. Under her inspired guidance, hair assumed shapes and styles that amazed and delighted her customers. Inspired by beauty, she created beauty. Using the occult standard of radiance and joy, she created happiness in her customers. Within 1 year's time, the money had poured in such vast quantities that Pauline R. bought out her partner and solely owned the business. 4. To duplicate the occult creative power of geniuses, align yourself with the psychic thought forms of those geniuses you wish to emulate. If you wish to become a great writer, choose the thought entities of an Ibsen, Shaw, or Shakespeare. Study the lives of the writers you wish to emulate and know their struggles, dreams, and secret hopes. You can be visited by the same thought entities that these great souls received in their lives. To become a great inventor, choose the thought entities of an Edison, Eli Whitney, McCormick, or Wright. Study the lives of great inventors and sit in occult reverie asking for psychic guidance from the thought forces of these or other inventive geniuses. No thought ever dies. The same inspiration that caused Edison to invent 300 devices is still alive in the invisible occult dimensions of time and space. You may tap this stratum of psychic power and be guided by their thought forces to new inventions and creative genius that will startle everyone. How a businessman used this occult power to become rich in his own business. An example of how this occult power may be channeled for creative purposes was that of Richard W., who had studied these occult principles in our class study work in Carnegie Hall in New York City. He sat in occult reverie each day at stated intervals for about an hour, during which time he concentrated all his thought forces on receiving occult guidance from the minds of business geniuses. He studied the lives of Morgan, Rothschild, Carnegie, and Rockefeller. He read the current business magazines, including Fortune and Forbes magazine. When he felt he had sufficiently magnetized his higher brain centers with the occult principle of truth regarding business and investment, he asked for psychic guidance on how he could get into the big financial fields where fortunes were being made. As he had originally come from France but was now a naturalized American citizen, he had many contacts in the country of his birth, and some of them were very rich men. They had often written him, asking for advice as to how to invest their money in American securities. Soon Richard W. was advising these friends on investments they should make. His higher mind centers seemed to possess an uncanny advanced knowledge of which securities were good and which were bad. Soon his reputation spread, and friends began telling others about his financial prowess and sending him big checks to invest for them. When Richard W. saw the trend his occult guidance was taking, he registered with the Securities and Exchange Commission and received the right to advise clients on business investments in the stock market. Soon his commissions were so big that he had to engage an assistant to take care of his minor accounts while he nurtured the bigger funds. Now he began to see his big dream come into focus, and soon he, his wife, and 3 children were living in a magnificent home in Riverdale, near New York City. And he was being driven to his offices in a chauffeured limousine daily, richer than he had ever dared hope. There is no limit to the things this higher occult power can do for you when you are once in tune with the wavelength you wish to utilize, whether it is to paint pictures, write stories, invent objects, or create financial institutions, as Richard W. did. Chapter 6. How to enter the mystical 4th dimension for boundless occult power. Man is a 3-dimensional being, consisting of mind, body, and the invisible spiritual identity called the soul. When he operates on these 3 planes of consciousness, he has awareness of his environment, he is aware of his mind and body, and he has a limited kind of spiritual experience. He knows that he was created by some higher spiritual power which he calls God, but his earthbound senses keep him from experiencing the true transcendental spiritual ecstasy that he may have when he enters the fourth-dimensional plane of infinite spirit. The fourth-dimensional world of spirit exists in an invisible domain, where there are amazing creative forces which man may harness for good. It is in this invisible plane that the divine essence or intelligence exists, which created all things and which permeates all matter, giving it life and volition. This fourth-dimensional realm is the world of infinite intelligence through which God works to perform the astounding miracles of creation. This chapter will guide you to it. The true fountain of cosmic and occult power. You may discover the true fountain of cosmic and occult power when you aspire to the higher dimensions of mind and spirit. This occurs when you expand your vision and lift your spiritual eyes from Earth's dreary prison to the illimitable celestial realms above. When your soul is in tune with the infinite, you will be capable of hearing the music of the spheres. When you are attuned to the highest vibrations of the cosmic spirit, you will be able to span the dark clouds of Earth's gross living with the bright spiritual rainbow of hope, faith, joy, and transcendental love, the dynamic factors that make your dreams come true. How man achieves the fourth-dimensional plane. An occult parable from the mystic lands of the Far East tells beautifully how man may achieve the transcendental heights of spiritual ecstasy and occult power. A bubbling stream once reached a desert that it could not cross. Each time it tried, the water disappeared into the sand and was absorbed. The stream cried out, "I have a deep desire to cross this desert wasteland. Such is my destiny, but I cannot achieve it." The mystic voice of the infinite spoke to the stream. "The wind is able to cross the desert wastes with ease. Why can you not cross it?" The stream replied, "Because the sands absorb me before I have gone even a short distance." The voice replied, "The wind has no such problem, for it does not dash itself against the sand." "But the wind can fly over the desert sands," the stream said. "I cannot fly." The mystic voice replied, "It is not in your nature to fly. Why not allow the wind to carry you over the desert sands?" "How?" asked the stream. "Allow yourself to be absorbed by the wind. But then I shall lose my own identity and no longer be a stream." The voice said, "It does not matter what form you take. Your divine essence remains the same eternally. You shall reach your distant goal, and that is your only true objective." Then the stream stopped hurling itself against the desert sands and allowed itself to be carried by the wind, upward and onward. As fine mist, the stream was wafted gently over the hot desert sands, until finally it was set down in the form of rain on a distant mountain top, where it once again assumed its former identity as a stream and flowed on to join the sea in search of its true destiny. Achieve ecstatic condition through higher occult elevation. Just as the stream in the parable had to be absorbed by the wind as a mist or cloud and carried to its mystical elevation, so too must your spirit enter the invisible fourth-dimensional plane where it coalesces and blends with the infinite Spirit of God. In this divine marriage, your soul knows the ecstasy of true love. You feel yourself one with all creation. You literally enter paradise, where your senses merge and blend into one overwhelming sense of ecstasy, with the cosmic soul that pulsates in the rhythm of life and love for all mankind. How to enter the fourth-dimensional occult plane. 1. Sit quietly in transcendental meditation, in which you withdraw your thoughts and sense perceptions from the world of reality and matter. Do this by listening to some beautiful music which lulls your senses. Hold in your mind's eye the mental picture of a magnificent lake, reflecting in its still waters a sublime mountain top, the golden sun, and the cerulean blue sky. Now let your mind's surface become as still as that mystical lake, without a ripple on its mirror-like plane. 2. As you now hold your mind still, say a silent invocation that will help release you from the gravity pull of Earth and cause you to soar up to the celestial heights. I am now in the center of a cosmic pool of stillness. I am one with infinite life and cosmic intelligence. I am free of the mundane problems of Earth. I soar into the illimitable celestial realms of infinite beauty. I am adorned with the mantle of divinity and experience the ecstasy of divine love. I am attuned to the music of the spheres and joy, goodness, and supernal beauty inspire me to divine action. 3. There are 10 earth hindrances that you must overcome before you can rise into the fourth dimensional plane. These are selfishness, hate, fear, worry, skepticism, sensual lust, conceit, dishonesty, immorality, and ignorance. Make it a point when you enter occult reverie and attempt to rise into the fourth dimensional plane of true occult power to try and work on each of these 10 earth hindrances. Take into your meditation each of these 10 negative forces and correct them by adopting the opposite polarity of action. For example, work one day on overcoming ego fetters or chains, in which selfishness is the dominant characteristic. That entire day hold your thoughts from self. When you find yourself being concerned too much about self and excluding others in your thinking, deliberately seek out someone you may help or encourage, and keep your mind occupied with that other person and his problems. 4. There are 4 foundations of higher occult mind power, which you may achieve when you enter the fourth dimensional realm of spirit. These must be practiced daily for regular periods of time, until you have achieved the fulfillment of each in your personal life activities. For the first occult meditation, body contemplation of the body, use the purifying spiritual breath. As you perform this occult exercise, and say the following invocation as you breathe in a long breath. I now breathe in and breathe out as I contemplate my body and its power. I inhale the celestial life flame, and it ignites the higher centers of my consciousness, giving me occult vision and power. The pranic life force now flows down the left side of my spinal column and up the right side, gushing like a fountain of celestial fire, cleansing the centers of my consciousness, igniting the flame of inspiration, and infusing my mind centers with creative ideas. The body contemplation is then extended to the various organs of the body. You send occult power to the heart by visualizing the heart pumping the life pranic force to every cell of your body. Set the rhythm of this vital organ by counting to 4 counts and breathing in, then counting to 4 and releasing the breath. This will establish a slow, natural rhythm to the heart, which is conducive to better health and long life. How Mrs. Bernice M. was healed of bronchitis with this occult breath. There is no doubt that miracles of healing can be achieved when this occult power is released through breathing. A lecture member in New York City, Mrs. Bernice M., had a bronchial condition for over 20 years. She could hardly breathe at times, and she had spasms of coughing that brought on weakness and debility after each attack. She could hardly do her housework without great fatigue and constant irritation. When she learned about this practice of occult breathing in one of our class sessions, Bernice M. began faithfully to practice all of the 4 contemplations we shall now study. She began with the body contemplation of the body and worked on this alone for half an hour each day, using the occult breathing technique given above. Bernice M. added other breathing techniques which she learned in our classes, and soon she was feeling so much better that she stopped taking all medications and breathing normally. It has been 2 years now since Bernice M. started using this occult breathing technique, and she has lost all signs of bronchial disease and does her normal day's work with ease. 5. When you have practiced the first contemplation for half an hour each day and achieve results, you may then turn to the second one and practice contemplation of feelings and emotions. Use the same deep breathing technique for this second ritual and say to yourself the following occult invocation. I now breathe in and breathe out as I contemplate feelings and emotions. I now calm my body and all its functions. I achieve a state of equilibrium within and without. My body's organs function perfectly, and I am being healed of all unwanted conditions. I experience joy, and this emotion radiates to every atom and cell of my brain and body. 6. Now, in another session, contemplate destroying the image of negative feelings and emotions that might tend to decrease the flow of occult power to your higher mind centers. There are several negative emotions which should be neutralized. They are A. Anger. B. Hatred. C. Fear. D. Worry. G. Selfishness. E. Revenge. F. Jealousy. H. Greed. I. Miserliness. Mentally review your feelings and weed out all of these 9 negative emotions and substitute in their place the opposite, emotions that are positive and constructive. How the emotion of hatred nearly destroyed a life. A lady I once knew, Mrs. Florence H., let the negative emotion of hatred nearly destroy her life and health. She had married when she was 22 and moved out of her family's home. Her sister stayed at home, taking care of a mother who was ill with a heart condition. Some years later, when the father died, he left the home and his money to the daughter who had remained with the mother, cutting Mrs. Florence H. entirely out of his will. This so embittered her that she hated her father and also her sister, who she felt had influenced her father to take that drastic step. Then she began to develop peculiar pains in her heart, which she described to doctors as a feeling of the heart being squeezed until it sent pains throughout her chest. Doctors found nothing organically wrong with her and thought her ailment might be psychosomatic, induced by feelings of guilt at the hatred she had for her father. When Florence H. came into our lecture work, she was already a semi-invalid, for her symptoms increased and she could hardly work anymore. She began to practice occult breathing and invocations, and to correct the negative emotion of hatred with the positive emotion of love. Results were miraculous. Within 3 weeks' time, all pain had left her body. She stopped taking medication and told me that she felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her chest. 7. In your next occult meditation ritual, practice the contemplation of mind on mind. This is a very subtle form of mental control, for you must be certain you first know what mind is. When you are using your conscious, volitional mind, you are aware of yourself and your mental faculties. Mind contemplation covers the vast fields of concentration, visualization, imagination, memory, habit patterns, and ideation. Take a beautiful flower into meditation with you, such as a red rose. Concentrate your mind on its beauty, see its texture, inhale its aroma. Be aware of only that rose in all its mystical and creative splendor. When you exercise this higher function of mind through imagination, visualization, and concentration, you are preparing the channel of your higher mind to be receptive to the occult visions that will focus upon the screen of your mind. How this power worked its magic for Ruth J. One of my New York lecture members used this occult secret power to attract to herself an unusual and desirable experience. Ruth J. was a secretary for a law firm, 25 years of age and unmarried. She lived with her widowed father and had never found anyone suitable for marriage. She was an attractive girl, but withdrawn and shy. She began to use this occult ritual or exercise for entering the fourth-dimensional plane of invisible power. She contemplated the attributes of mind and mentally projected herself on a cruise ship to the Caribbean. She had read about the joys of such a journey, so she chose that area for her practice of concentration, visualization, and imagination. She began her daily practice sessions in October of that year, and she decided that she would take her vacation in January and not wait until summer. She made her plans to go on the Caribbean cruise of her dreams, not knowing where the money was coming from, but having implicit faith in the cosmic intelligence to bring it to her from some mysterious source. When Christmas arrived, her employers gave her a generous check as a bonus for her extra work and efficiency. She went aboard her Caribbean cruise ship, fully confident that some mysterious power was at work shaping the other elements of her occult dream of romance and fulfillment. On the second day out, while Ruth J. was sitting beside the ship's pool basking in the glorious golden sunshine, she suddenly was aware of a tall, dark, pleasant-looking young man sitting in the deck chair nearby. He was reading a book and seemingly did not notice her, but Ruth J. said her heart skipped a beat when she saw him, for inscribed on his face were all the qualities she wanted in a husband. Her first thought was, "Oh, he's probably married." Then, almost as if drawn by an invisible magnet, the young man looked up from his book, and his deep brown eyes stared straight into hers, holding her gaze as though hypnotized. He smiled, spoke to her, and joined her in the pool. When the cruise ship arrived at Bermuda a few days later, Ruth and her friend, Paul, felt as if they had known each other for years. When they had finished their 10-day cruise and were returning to New York, Paul proposed, and they set the date for their wedding. Chapter 7. How to Create the Future You Want with the Cosmic Power of Occult Dreams. The outer world of reality is created by the inner mystical dreams that you project to the outer world. You have it within your power to shape the events of your future into any desired pattern by using an occult secret that comes to us from the mystical land of Tibet. This occult secret shows you how to use the astral colors of the invisible realms to create a rainbow of golden dreams. From this cosmic principle, utilizing the pure light of infinite spirit, you may project any thought you wish into the invisible spiritual protoplasm and build a magnificent destiny. If you live under the dark clouds of discord, fear, confusion, poverty, sickness, and loneliness, you can build the mystical rainbow of golden dreams that can span the dark clouds of earth and bring you into a state of absolute mastery of yourself and the elements that surround you in your environment. Throughout the centuries, those who have been in attunement with higher occult forces have used the invisible vibrations that create all things to shape the outer visible world. This chapter can help you wield this power for your benefit. The occult dreams of mankind have shaped our universe for centuries. Man has always tapped a cosmic power higher than his own mind to bring into the third dimension these invisible occult forces that exist in time and space. The golden occult dreams of mankind have shaped our universe for countless centuries. Man dreamed of building homes for shelter and protection when he lived in ancient caves, and from this golden dream for security, he used stones and lumber to fashion the first humble dwellings. Let there be light. The occult law of creation. One of the most dynamic statements of occult law in the Bible is that given in the first chapter of Genesis. Let there be light. This creative command will reveal to us the occult law of creativity that exists in the invisible universe when we once learn how to tap occult power and channel it through the productive centers of the higher mind. Light is synonymous with life, intelligence, spirit, and cosmic mind power. Light is the spiritual radiation from the cosmic center of occult power, which releases a tremendous flow of creative energy. It is the atomic power behind all creation. This mystical creative power is also existent within your own mind and body. You may tap this occult power to shape the world of your choice and perform astounding miracles. The occult mystical rainbow of golden dreams is as real as a bridge or a skyscraper. The creative ideas that stem from the higher creative mind centers have the power to convert lowliness into loftiness, to turn ugliness into shimmering beauty, to transform hatred into love, to transmute ignorance into intelligence, to turn evil into goodness, to change the barren face of earth into fecundity and fertility, to create riches and abundance where poverty exists, to bring peace to warring nations, to elevate, dignify, ennoble, and transform that which is base, animalistic, and earthy, and cause it to reflect the iridescent beauty of the celestial heights. The occult regime for using the 10 golden occult dreams. 1. The dream of creative power to shape the outer world. Creative power flows abundantly when you are inspired by some higher inspiration to achieve a magnificent goal. This occult force of creativity exists in every blade of grass, every flowering bush, every growing seed. The life urge is strong in all creation. You must channel this cosmic life urge into your own higher creative mind centers. Have an urge to create some enduring monument that attests to your desire to better the world in which you live. Have a conscious choice of a worthwhile goal in life. Do not live just to eat, work, and make money. You can only rise high in the cosmic scheme of things by having a high goal towards which you are striving. Most of the creative geniuses of history were self-trained, using this golden dream of occult creative power to turn their dreams into reality. Art, music, literature, industry, science, medicine, exploration, and discovery have all been sparked by this golden mystical occult dream of harnessing creative power for the good of mankind. How Mrs. Doris E. used this dream of creative occult power. A lecture member in New York City had lost her husband through an accident. Mrs. Doris E. was 55, and the best years of her life lay ahead of her. But this shock threw her into a period of mental and emotional turbulence, despair, and despondency. When she came into our lecture work and learned of the occult laws, she had a sudden inspiration to change her entire life. Dorothy had been an actress before she married, and she had always wanted to go back to the theater. But her life had been full, and she had never had a chance to go back to her former work. She lived in a neighborhood where there were many poor people who had no opportunities for recreational activity. She asked herself how she could help these people improve their lot in life. In one of her occult meditations, she was told by her higher mind to open a recreational center for young people and there to put on plays and musical events using the local talent and charging a nominal admission for her shows. The opening night, after she had made her curtain speech telling of her future plans for the community center, an elderly woman stood up in the audience and said she was a retired actress and wanted to donate $500 to the cause and also give her services to the center. As soon as she sat down, other people stood up offering donations of from $10 to $100 to help in the work Dorothy had started. Soon she had the amazing sum of $5,000, with many other persons promising to take subscriptions for future plays and musicals. From this tiny beginning, Dorothy used her occult power to amass larger sums of money, and her work prospered until her community center embraced a gymnasium, a theater, a child care center and nursery, a kitchen to cook meals for indigent persons, and a library of books donated by people who lived nearby. Most important of all, not only did Dorothy succeed in doing good for the community, but she herself was helped to find a new life. 2. The dream of transcendental faith to work miracles. Faith is one of the greatest occult forces that you can release in your consciousness. Faith is a true miracle worker. In your periods of daily occult meditation, bring this spiritual emotion of faith into focus on the screen of your higher mind. Have faith in the invisible cosmic mind that can make all things possible for you to achieve. Faith is the occult force which releases magnetism in the brain and body cells and causes you to rise above the gravity pull of Earth into the higher stratosphere of occult power and creative energy. Faith, when coupled with divine invocations, often called prayer, can heal the sick body, overcome problems, open channels of supply and abundance when poverty threatens, and in many other ways work miracles that baffle scientists. I saw a woman healed of a 20-year paralysis under the impetus of occult faith and invocation. She went into a state of spiritual ecstasy, while a small group of people prayed over her and had faith she would be healed. In 15 minutes' time, she raised her right arm over her head and was healed. A lecture member, Robert W., had a long-standing gallbladder condition, complicated by cardiac involvement. Doctors were afraid to operate for fear he would not live, as he was a man in 60s. Robert W. began a 3-month study and meditation session, using occult laws, and having faith a miracle would occur. At the end of the 3 months, his gallbladder was bounced healthy, and his cardiac condition was vastly improved. I saw a man who needed $20,000 invoke this occult law of faith, and in 2 months' time, the exact amount of money he required came to him. Another man wanted to go into his own business. He began to invoke the occult power of his higher mind with daily occult reverie and faith that supply and abundance would be his. In 1 month's time, he had a business offer of a partnership in a firm, and it did not even require any investment on his part. He said, "This was truly a miracle." 3. The dream of creating supernal beauty. Perhaps there is no occult golden dream for releasing power more miraculous than the dream of creating supernal beauty. Man's soul, created in the image of God, feels a deep inner urge to express beauty. This inner occult urge to create beauty has fashioned all the great art, music, literature, and poetry. It has reared countless palaces and monuments. Next to love, the desire to create beauty has done more to advance the human race than any other occult inspiration. The cosmetic industry grew into a billion-dollar-a-year business because women possess this innate desire to be beautiful. The fashion designing industry elevated beauty to high pinnacles over the years because mankind worships beauty. Each day of your life set a standard for beauty in your activities. Strive to use beautiful language, think beautiful thoughts, Adorn your person with joyous, radiant attire that attest your high standards of goodness, peace, love, and beauty. 4. The dream of romantic fulfillment. The romantic yearnings that are a part of the heritage of mankind have been implanted by a wise providence to give impetus to man's higher, more noble instincts. This occult dream to find love, to marry, to rear a family, and create in one's own image and likeness is a part of the divine plan for mankind's survival on this earth plane. Love is a necessity in the human experience. Without love, the creative faculties of man are limited and lie dormant, awaiting the spark of this divine emotion to leap into creative flame. Every day of your life, dedicate yourself as a channel for the expression of this emotion. Think loving thoughts, and you will express to the outer world loving, kindly actions. A middle-aged lady in our lecture group had lost her purpose for living. Her mother, an invalid, died at an advanced age, and Frances W., who had tenderly nursed her mother and given up all romantic yearnings, was suddenly free at an age where marriage was difficult, if not impossible. In personal counseling, I told Frances W. to put herself into loving service for less fortunate human beings. She began to do work for charitable groups, veterans organizations and hospitals, orphanages, and the Lighthouse for the Blind, dividing her time equally among these worthwhile causes. Fortunately, she had been left a comfortable income and did not need to work for a living, but she needed to do something to keep from being lonely and feeling useless. Soon she was so busy expressing the emotion of love in this concrete service for humanity that she became completely immersed in her work and found greater happiness and contentment than she had ever dreamed possible. 5. The dream of radiant good health and long life. Occult power flows most abundantly to the body cells when we are dedicated channels with a worthy purpose for living. You will have good health and vitality, living your natural span of life, if you dedicate yourself every day when you start your activities, with a short invocation and an occult practice of breathing that will give you new inspiration and implement the life force fully. This particular invocation to charge the mind and body with life force, health, energy, and longevity is used with a controlled, dynamic breathing technique, in which the adept inhales deeply and then releases the breath as he intones the following ritual aloud. I now approach the sacred shrine of mystic power. I supplicate the Heavenly Father for His divine beneficence in every thought, word, and deed that proceed from me this day. Each breath is now dedicated as a living testament to the majesty, might, and mystery of the cosmic mind that rules all creation. This day, with each such breath, inhaled and exhaled, I extol the divine virtues of love, joy, forgiveness, and charity. Now, as you have dedicated your brain and body as channels for the flow of divine power, you need merely breathe normally all day, and each breath is a living testimonial to this God power. This healing invocation has been credited with many miracles, but more importantly, it helps focus occult power in the higher brain centers, which you can use for hundreds of different purposes in your everyday life. 6. The dream of financial security, prosperity, and riches. This occult dream is strong within the mind of man. He has an inherent desire to succeed, to have financial security, to achieve the fulfillment of his desires for abundance and riches. The occult urge to acquire possessions is natural and does not violate natural laws. Man has been given an acquisitive urge to cause him to lay up food for barren periods, to tap the resources of the universe for his comfort, betterment, and enrichment. Build your own occult dream of financial security and riches. Have a specific goal or goals that you are trying to achieve. Do not desire money for the sake of accumulating more and more, but have a reason for wanting the money. Have a high master motive back of your life. Some of these high master motives are: a desire to educate your children and give them a better life, an urge to better humanity, improve your community, bring peace and brotherhood to the entire world, a desire to acculturate your mind, absorb wisdom and knowledge, and thus help raise the standards of the world. 7. The dream of eternal youthful energy and vitality. This occult dream of finding the fountain of youth is strong within the human psyche. Everyone wants to remain young as long as possible and retain the resiliency and energy of youth into advanced old age. Vast reservoirs of occult power may be tapped when you have a desire to live to share your good with the world. Each day, several times a day, give yourself the following healing invocation with deep diaphragmatic breathing. Instead of taking cigarettes, coffee, and alcohol to boost your energy levels, try this invocation with its deep breathing and see what amazing results you will achieve. I now direct the cosmic life energy to every cell and atom of my brain and body. I inhale the celestial creative flame of life, and my body becomes purged of all gross and elemental forces. I am now a center of divine illumination. The occult power radiates in a golden stream throughout my body. Each organ is now revitalized with this life force. All discordant elements within my body are now being put into concord and harmony with the higher life intelligence that permeates the cosmos. I am life. I am power. I am youth. 8. The dream of perpetual joy and happiness. Mankind was given the gift of supernal joy when he was born. It is natural for a child to have feelings of well-being and happiness. He learns from adults about him of sadness and depression. There is a spiritual method by which man may transmute the unhappy events of life into those of radiant happiness. Each day, while in occult meditation for an hour or so, invoke your willpower to establish habit patterns of joy within your mind. All day long, remind yourself that living should be fun and joyous, not miserable and sad. See how the golden sunshine cascades to earth in a radiant stream of life-giving energy and power, blessing the earth with its generosity. Likewise, you must radiate happiness in your personality and share that joy with everyone around you. 9. The dream of the soul's immortality. The navigator steers his ship by the North Star. Mankind also needs a divine focal point by which it may safely steer its ship of life through the perilous shallows into the harbor of golden dreams. This divine North Star is the dream of immortality that is inscribed upon man's soul. The soul is stimulated by beautiful music, gentle emotions, loving actions, the creation of beauty, charitable deeds, goodness, and high morality. Let these iridescent soul qualities become visible in your everyday life, and soon you will see the amazing changes that come into your life. Occult power will begin to flow to your higher consciousness, and you will be able to use this golden occult dream of the soul's immortality in shaping your entire destiny. How Mr. James L. used soul power to change his entire life. A skeptic came into our lecture work in New York City. He was not sure about God, the soul, occult power, any of the invisible phenomena which we talked about in our philosophy. He told me frankly that he was a skeptic and could not ascribe miracles to some unseen cosmic intelligence which man called God. James L. had lived his entire 50 years in confusion and doubt. This lack of faith in a higher power was reflected in every sphere of his life. He had failed in business. He had been sick for years with some unknown ailment that would not yield to medical science. His wife had left him because she found him strangely withdrawn and cold. His 2 children were now married and preferred to live their lives without him. I told him to begin to reflect the divine soul qualities of love, beauty, goodness, high morality, justice, forgiveness, charity, and faith. Each day he was to inscribe on a little card which he carried with him one of these 8 divine attributes and live all day with the consciousness of that divine emotion. He was to practice these soul virtues for 2 months and also apply the other invocations and regimes for occult power, and then wait and see what results would occur. In 2 months, James L. returned to report on his occult progress. The moment he entered my study, it was as if a ray of light illumined the room from his presence. His face beamed with a radiant smile, his handclasp was warm and hearty. His very presence indicated that some inner spiritual power that gave him an entirely new perspective on life had been released in his soul. Then James L. went on to tell of the miracles that had begun to happen to him since he tapped the higher occult power of the soul. He experienced new bodily sensations of healing, and his ailments, which were numerous, seemed to fade away in the 2 months until his body was functioning perfectly. The second miracle concerned his wife, who had been estranged for 2 years. He still loved her, and upon their meeting again, she remarked on how changed he was, and she is now considering returning to him. 10. The dream of cosmic and spiritual oneness in the divine romance. The occult power released in your life when you enter into bonds of spiritual oneness with the creative Godhead of the cosmos is tremendous. Just as a union between man and woman on the earth plane is a tremendous creative force for good, when true love exists, so too, this divine romance in which your soul blends with the soul of the universe is a force as real as terrestrial gravity. When you have achieved this dream of cosmic and spiritual oneness in the divine romance, your entire life will change. You will become more intuitively aware of the events that will shape your future destiny. You will radiate more love and gentility. You will have inner invariability. You will cease to worry and fret about the outcome of events, knowing that some guiding intelligence motivates you and assures the fulfillment of your life dream. This is the perpetual romance that never ends, that never fails, that goes on in perpetuity when the soul of man coalesces with the soul of the universe in a courtship of unbelievable splendor and golden beauty. Chapter 8. How to use your occult power for health, rejuvenation, and long life. When you were created, cosmic intelligence placed within your body an occult power that can heal your body if you should become sick, which can keep you young and vital until an advanced age. It can give you the power to help overcome physical afflictions such as germ invasion, accidents, and other external negative conditions affecting your life. You can learn how to use your occult powers to become truly a miracle worker. You can use this occult life force to keep you healthy. You can help heal others by releasing the occult power within them, just as the master occultist, Jesus of Nazareth, performed his miracles of healing when he aroused faith in the higher occult brain centers. How the divine essence creates all forms of life. When you invoke this higher occult healing power within your brain and body cells, you raise the vibratory rate of your body to the rhythm of the cosmic soul or spirit. This divine essence flows ceaselessly throughout time and space, creating, sustaining, and directing all forms of life. When the human brain is attuned to this invisible cosmic spirit, the cells of the brain and body align themselves with vast reservoirs of power and maintain their natural state of health. When sick, it is essential once again to bring about this spiritual attunement of the mind and body with the invisible rhythm of the cosmos. This cosmic rhythm within the brain and body is broken by mankind when it violates natural laws. Sickness is produced when man is out of tune with the cosmic rhythm, and when he indulges in habits that violate cosmic laws. The wrong diet, lack of clean air, polluted water, chemicals such as nicotine, alcohol, various drugs, and food additives, these are the forces that disturb the cosmic rhythm of health and create sickness. All living cells in the universe possess this life principle within themselves. Your body is part of the life force and reflects the cosmic intelligence which created it, sustains it, and heals it. In recent years, when excavations were made in Egypt, seed was found in ancient tombs that had lain in a dormant state for several thousand years. Scientists tried an amazing experiment with this seed. They planted it, and in a short time, the miracle of life asserted itself, and that seed sprouted and produced its own species. This is proof that the cosmic life force may lie dormant within a seed for years, but when given the right conditions for growth and reproduction, the occult power can once again restore it to healthy, normal growth. This occult life force is dormant within your brain and body cells, and although arrested by inactivity, it may at any moment you choose be aroused and caused to fulfill its function of healing perfectly. The 9-point occult formula for health, rejuvenation, and long life. 1. To maintain the occult life force within your body cells in vigor and health, it is essential that you raise the rate of vibration within yourself to the cosmic rhythm. This is done through prayerful meditation, by withdrawing for an hour a day into a quiet place where you can once again attune your mind and body to the rhythm of the cosmos. What is this rhythm? It is one of peace and joy, of love and faith, of high ideals and noble actions. In your occult practice sessions, project the healing power to your cells by accentuating the positive forces represented by these emotions. Invoke peace by saying to yourself, I am a center of peace and joy. I now breathe in and out, inhaling the cosmic life force that heals my mind and body of all discordant elements. 2. Now do the same thing with the positive forces of love and faith. Repeat the following occult statement silently or aloud, feeling the sense of ecstasy coursing through the cells of your brain and body. I now arouse the emotion of divine love within my brain and body. I thrill to the ecstatic vibrations of this divine emotion. I love all humanity, recognizing we are all brothers in the divine cosmic plan. I forgive all those who act contrary to the principles of justice and love. How a 90-year-old man used this occult secret for longevity. I know a man who has used this occult secret of implementing the life force and healing cosmic rhythm within his body cells for over 50 years. When I first met him, I was sailing on an ocean liner from Greece to America. Each morning, when taking my morning walk on deck, I saw this spry, white-haired man, whom I later found to be 90 years of age. He walked with the upright, sprightly gait of a 30-year-old man. As one passed him, I heard him singing certain phrases under his breath. He walked in a rhythm that indicated he had established some kind of musical cadence to his stride. The rhythm was that of a youthful person, not of an old man. One morning I stopped this man and asked the secret of his youthful vigor and good health. He then told me that he was 90 years of age, but felt and acted like a man in his 40s. He told me that he had taken a trip to India 40 years before and met a holy man who gave him his secrets of youth and long life. The Indian mystic told him that the entire secret of life and energy lay in rhythmic breathing and occult invocation. The mystic told him to walk in rhythm, singing and intoning certain positive occult invocations as he walked. The man claimed that this regime had helped heal him of chronic heart trouble and stomach ulcers, and that he was so healthy and vigorous at 90 that he had set his life goal at 110. He then gave me the occult invocations that he used in his daily rhythmic walking and exercising. He sang the words silently or aloud when he was alone, setting up rhythm cycles in his brain and body cells, which were the rhythm cycles of the cosmic spirit or life force. These were the following. He would breathe in and out as he said each positive statement. He would establish a rhythm, like the 3/4 rhythm of waltz music. He changed his occult invocations to fit his needs. Sometimes he would intone, "I am the center of cosmic life energy and power. The rhythm of the universe is in my blood and establishes health, youth, and vitality within me. My heart is the dynamo of occult power, sending the life force coursing through every atom and cell of my brain and body, healing me perfectly of all discordant elements." This was his secret of health and long life. He had not been ill for over 45 years. He did not have colds, nor suffer from the usual debilitating conditions associated with advanced age. His skin looked young and healthy. His eyes had a youthful expression. He did not wear glasses, and he said that he had more energy than most people half his age. 3. Each day practice the attainment of a spiritual consciousness by adopting high ideals in your daily living. These are represented by honesty, goodness, morality, justice, and altruism, or unselfishness. Practice the 10 Commandments each day, for these are the highest ideals possible of achievement. Utilize the spiritual principle of the Golden Rule. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. For this is one of the cosmic principles that establish rapport between yourself and other people. The body cells are bathed with alkalinity when your thoughts are high and spiritual. When you think and perform deeds of a negative nature, the body chemistry becomes acid. Scientists now know that the state of consciousness we have determines to a great extent if we shall be healthy or sick, if we shall live a short life or a long one, if we shall have accidents or be safe and secure. 4. Make it a daily practice to overcome these 4 destructive, negative emotions which produce sickness, premature old age, and short life. Hate, fear, worry, selfishness. All negative emotions tend to short-circuit the positive, occult power that keeps the body healthy and vigorously alive. Make it a point to adopt a positive thought regime each day that would include the following positive emotions: love, forgiveness, charity, happiness, justice, goodness, unselfishness, tolerance, optimism, confidence, faith, compassion. 5. To institute a regime for building these occult positive healing forces, write down each of the emotions above on a small card and carry it with you all day. Let Monday be your love day, and all that day be conscious of this healing emotion. Be loving in your thoughts. Express love to your family. Show this divine emotion towards your fellow workers until you have used this high occult force enough to establish a daily habit pattern of being loving in your attitude towards your fellow men. On Tuesday, you might write down the word charity and practice being charitable all day. This does not mean giving something away, but rather an attitude of charity towards others. Give of yourself, your smiles, your encouragement, your praise when others are deserving. This emotion will release special magic in your brain and body cells, giving you an outgoing, helpful attitude that bathes your cells in alkalinity. Stingy, miserly people are usually unhappy and sick because they violate one of the basic occult laws of the universe, which is generosity and sharing. On the other days, use the other positive emotions, concentrating one full day on each emotion. Then rotate these emotions on successive weeks until you have established the occult regime of positive thinking as a way of life. 6. Use the occult mirror exercise to build a consciousness of youth. Sit or stand before your mirror for about 5 minutes a day, preferably in the morning when you begin your day's actions. Look at the image of yourself in the mirror and visualize that image as being your spiritual prototype, the immortal, undying, ageless spirit that resides within your soul, that is subject to higher laws than those of the physical material plane. Set the age limit on your body cells that you wish to establish as your true spiritual age. Now fix that image in your higher mind centers by intoning the following invocation. I now invoke the cosmic and occult law of timelessness. I realize I am a spiritual being, not subject to the gravitational laws of Earth. I now rise above the limitations of time and space into an ageless, timeless domain where the cosmic law is eternity. 7. From now on, stop thinking in terms of age and broken down health. Adopt the mental posture of youth. Walk with your shoulders straight, your head held high and proud. See yourself as a son of God, with dignity and beauty etched in every thought, word, and gesture. Soon you will acquire the youthful attitude, which will give the illusion of being eternally young. 8. When you raise the rate of vibration of your higher occult centers to the cosmic rhythm of the music of the spheres, the barriers of time and space will cease to exist. You will ascend into a spiritual stratosphere where you can tap the eternal fountain of youth. You can raise your rate of cosmic vibration by keeping eternal springtime alive in your heart and soul. Adopt the 8 emotions and attitudes of youth. These are expectation, curiosity, adventure, excitement, romance, wonder, hope, and ecstasy. Keep these 8 youthful emotions alive within your mind and soul, and you will be able to duplicate the miracle of youth for many decades beyond its normal termination. 9. To achieve healthful, joyful living for 100 years or more, follow this occult practice each day of life. Set a future goal for yourself that extends to 5 years or so. Study something such as a foreign language, art, music, writing, anything that you are sincerely interested in accomplishing. When you have achieved that 5-year goal, set another goal for yourself, such as traveling, making a bigger fortune, building a new home, and when you have fulfilled that 5-year objective, set another 5-year goal for yourself. As you keep advancing these 5-year goals, you will achieve these 2 objectives: a sense of continuity in your life, and a definite purpose for living and creating. Without such purpose back of your life, the occult power to keep you healthy and give you a long life will not exist. Chapter 9. The Occult Secret of Psychogenesis to Fulfill Your Cosmic Destiny. One of the greatest secrets that comes to us from the mystic lands of the East is the occult power of psychogenesis. This secret is known to only a few initiates in the entire world. Through this occult power of psychogenesis, you may release a cyclone of creative power that will fashion for you a world of infinite beauty and magnificence. You will now learn in this chapter how to project your thoughts to the invisible spiritual protoplasm that creates all things. Cosmic mind uses this mystic substance through the power of psychogenesis to fashion the world of substance and reality. From the astounding atomic building blocks of the invisible universe, cosmic mind can create the delicacy of a rose petal or the thick-skinned, bulky elephant. This creative intelligence seems to delight in forming billions of intricate, different designs for man's use and enjoyment. How occult power of psychogenesis works through vibration. Back of all forms of occult power there is a vibratory rhythm or pulsation, which issues from a higher cosmic intelligence. This creative power adapts itself to the plane of creation on which it operates. The vibratory rhythm of a rock is different from that of a plant. This power of psychogenesis can be caused to create all kinds of new and wondrous miracles that man never thought possible before. The chromosomes of the human body can now be altered by scientists at will in the laboratory, creating carbon copies on an individual and perpetuating the same identity physically, as long as desired. Thus, a Lincoln with his sterling qualities, or a genius like Einstein, could be perpetuated forever, giving the same identical physical stamp, the same facial and bodily resemblance and proportions possessed by the original. This shows what a miraculous power is at man's disposal, if he once learns how to harness this tremendous occult power of psychogenesis. Man is truly a miracle worker, and now stands on the threshold of new and astounding revelations that will alter the face of the universe. How you can use the occult secret power of psychogenesis to fulfill your destiny. 1. To utilize the occult power of psychogenesis, you must practice harnessing the creative energy of your brain. Sit in occult meditation for at least 1 hour a day for a period of a month, giving yourself exercises in the control of your thoughts. As all occult power stems from your higher mind, it is vitally important that you control the nervous energy that is created by thoughts. Concentrate the power of your mind on an idea that you wish to externalize in your life. This may be an idea for a new job, another home, more money, a better social life, or a new car. To generate sufficient power to crystallize this idea you want to externalize, it is necessary that you concentrate exclusively on one idea at a time, and not let your brain energy be scattered over a dozen different ideas. To help focalize this occult power, write down the idea that you wish to externalize. Make it definite and concrete, not vague and general. For example, I desire a new home. I wish to live in. Name the section. I want a 1-story house with 5 rooms, a small garden, a garage, in a quiet neighborhood. It will be of white stucco with a red tile roof. The occult power that is within your mind can project this picture of your dream home to the cosmic mind, and through the force of psychogenesis, this house will come into existence. 2. In your next practice session, you might change the object you are trying to create through psychogenesis, and ask for a new car, or a better job, or a suitable marriage partner. It does not matter what you are trying to create. The cosmic blueprint is already in existence in the universe, and you are merely projecting the occult and spiritual prototype through the power of your mind. Write down again the exact description of what you desire. If it is a car, state whether you wish a Ford or a Cadillac. There is a great difference between the two, not only in cost, but in the state of consciousness required. How a carpenter materialized a truck. Larry F., who attended my lectures on occult power in Hollywood, California, was a carpenter in the film studios. He made his request of cosmic intelligence for 2 things: a business of his own and a home in San Fernando Valley with a swimming pool. He had no visible means for achieving these objectives, but he was tired of the uncertain income from his job and desired his own business to bring him independence and a better life for his wife and 3 children. He faithfully practiced occult meditation, writing down the 2 big objectives he had, 1 each day, and concentrating on them in half-hour sessions. Within a week, he had 3 contracts for building playrooms, a nursery, and a garage. But now he had a real problem which he had not anticipated. He needed a truck to haul the lumber, cement, and other materials he required for his work. Quickly he sat down and did his occult practice, asking for a certain type of truck which he could use for his work. He had no money to pay for such a vehicle, but he had supreme faith that something would happen which would solve his problem. Within 2 days, he received a phone call from a total stranger. He had been given Larry F.'s phone number by a friend, and he asked Larry F. if he wanted to buy a pickup truck. The man was going east and would no longer require it. When Larry F. met the man, he found the pickup truck was the exact type he had asked for, even to the make. Larry F. signed the necessary papers, the transfer was made, and the truck he had asked cosmic intelligence for was his. Soon Larry F. had expanded his business to such an extent that he was making more money in 1 month than he had formerly made in 6, and the business kept growing at such a rate that within 1 year he had the down payment for his home with a swimming pool. 3. The power of psychogenesis comes into focus more readily when you invoke the aid of your imagination. Someone has said, "The imagination is God's workshop." It is an occult fact that all creative power released through psychogenesis stems from man's imagination. Each day in your occult meditation, use this power of the imagination to conduct electrical and magnetic energy from the cosmos to your brain centers, nerves, and muscles. All creation stems from the higher occult force that resides in man's mind when released through the creative power of the imagination. This occult creative law of psychogenesis is given in the Bible in the 1st chapter of Genesis, verse 26. And God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth." Then in verse 27 it says, "So God created man in his own image, in the image of God created he him. Male and female created he them." The only place where an image can be conceived is in the imagination. This law of psychogenesis, when invoked, can make you a creator, giving you the same power that cosmic mind possesses to create in your own image and likeness. How Mrs. Jenny R. used psychogenesis to create her destiny. When Jenny R. came into a study of occult science with me in my New York group, she had lost her husband, and her 2 children were married and out of her life. She had enough income to live comfortably, but she did not want just to settle down and vegetate, as so many women in their 60s seem to be doing. Jenny R. had never been in business. She had no special talents, and when she began her occult meditations on what she should do, in her first session, something spoke to her and said, "You have a sense of beauty and a flair for making your own hats. Why not commercialize on this ability to design beautiful hats for women?" Jenny R. forgot this idea for 3 or 4 weeks. She kept up her occult meditations, however, asking for psychic guidance. One day she was reading a fashion magazine, and there she saw a full-page ad telling of a contest to discover new designers in women's millinery. The contest offered new designers substantial cash prize award and a contract with a large millinery firm if their designs were chosen. She sat down and worked on some sketches for hats, such she herself might enjoy wearing. She sent them in to the furs sponsoring the contest and confidently awaited results, certain now that some mysterious power was working to help her achieve her creative goal in life. Within 3 weeks the contest closed, and one day through the mail came a letter from the concern sponsoring the contest, telling Jenny R. that her sketches had won the contest. She was instructed to come to the office to pick up her check and sign the contract to work for one of the biggest milliners in the business. 4. When you enter occult meditation to create your future world, you must know how to prepare the psychic matrix into which cosmic mind can pour its invisible spiritual protoplasm for creating what you desire. The psychic matrix is the mold into which invisible energy flows and shapes the objects to be created. The acorn is the psychic matrix of the future oak tree. The idea you have to make $1 million for some specific purpose forms within your mind a magnetic attraction to money. That idea shapes the substance of your mind within the matrix of your consciousness. Just as an architect draws a blueprint before the workers build a house, so too your mind must give shape and form to the design you want the master builder of the universe to shape as your destiny. If you wish to create the psychic matrix for a new automobile, visualize the make car you want. But go even further, see yourself driving it. Go to the beach or the mountains with your friends. See the color of the car. Literally make that car real to your higher senses, and you will be invoking the occult law of psychogenesis to create in the psychic matrix the car you have chosen. If it is a trip to some foreign country you are projecting, get travel literature of that country. Read up on the customs, the people's habits, the places of interest to visit. Soon you will have formed in the psychic matrix the magnetic attraction to travel to that particular locality. How a lecture member visited mysterious Egypt through invoking the power of psychogenesis. A member of our lecture group, Florence S., used this secret of occult psychogenesis to project herself to Egypt. She had long had a secret desire to visit the pyramids and absorb some of the secrets of that ancient mystery. Within a year, Florence S. had an unexpected sum of money that came through the sale of some property the family owned in California. Her share of the money was more than enough to finance her entire trip to Egypt. She took the flight, and all her dreams unfolded as though she was watching a movie unfold. On this trip, she took many colored photographs on slides. The colored pictures Florence S. took were so beautiful that she was invited by a woman's club to which she belonged to show them, giving a little talk on her experiences in Egypt. Soon she was being invited by other groups to show her slides, and this led her eventually to an extra source of income as a travel lecturer, which was an added bonus. 5. The psychic power of psychogenesis to create the events of your future destiny works under the laws of action and reaction. Action is the first law of the universe. A spiritual command, "Let there be light," started the atomic creative action in the void of the heavens, which began all creation. Atomic power begins to flow when you command the forces of nature to obey your dictates. Mental action precedes physical action. As you sit in the silence concentrating on creating your future, start your mind working on some course of action. It does not matter what, as long as there is dynamic creative action. When there is mental action, there will follow muscular, nerve, and bodily action. The reaction will be in keeping with the initial mental action. Chapter 10. The Art of Occult Entrancement for Promoting Your Good Luck, Prosperity, and Happiness. The secret power that can be released in your life through the art of occult entrancement can put you in tune with the highest intelligence that exists in all the universe. You can easily practice occult entrancement every day and elevate your consciousness to new heights of rapture and delight. You can literally rise above the limitations of Earth into the supernal heights of cosmic bliss. You can be guided to create good luck cycles and overcome misfortune. You can achieve prosperity and inner contentment through this occult force. To utilize fully the force of occult entrancement, you must tap the psychomagnetic wavelengths that exist in the invisible universe and channel them into your own brain and body. These psychomagnetic wavelengths are very much like the high-frequency wavelengths that conduct vibrations to your television or radio set, causing you to tune in on voices, music, and other sounds that fill the ether waves. The psychic and occult world is made up of invisible wavelengths, which can be tuned in on. These psychic forces can so fill your mind with their radiant, positive vibrations that you will literally go into a trance, in which you will invoke only the forces of good and radiant joy. How to tap the high-frequency wavelengths of space. Cosmic intelligence operates on a higher frequency wavelength than that of so-called dense earthly matter. The human brain and body, being composed of heavier atoms than spirit, is not capable of tuning in on these higher frequency wavelengths through the ordinary five senses man possesses. However, to achieve occult entrancement, there is a higher sense perception that you possess. This is the sixth sense, which deals with the psychic, astral, and occult invisible realms of higher cosmic mind and spirit. It is these higher occult forces which you must invoke in order to rise above the gravity pull of Earth's problems, worries, and limitations. Your higher mind centers can be charged just as one charges a battery, in simple steps as follows. How to control the mind's thought forms for occult power. 1. Control of the mind's thought forms and energy. The first realm of occult entrancement concerns the control of the mind's thought forms and energy. Your mind centers receive each day vital life energy from the invisible realm, wherein dwells the spirit of creative intelligence to create occult entrancement for good luck and prosperity. It is necessary that you charge these higher mind centers with the thought forces of dynamic and positive energy. Now invoke the higher occult powers of the universe by thinking these thoughts, or intoning them in a slow, soft tone of voice. I now enter the realm of occult entrancement, in which my mind soars above the limitations of Earth's prison house. I invoke the higher occult forces of the invisible universe to charge my brain cells with the dynamic cosmic life energy to overcome all problems. I charge my brain and body with the positive force of life. I express life abundantly and fully. The life force flows through my brain cells, my nerves and muscles, making me one with the cosmic life energy. My mind is now in tune with the infinite force of goodness. I am now a channel for good to flow through me. 2. Control of the body's nervous and muscular energy. You cannot achieve occult entrancement when you do not have complete control of the body's nervous and muscular energy. Go into occult reverie and command the mind to be still. You can intone the following invocation to achieve this perfect stillness. I am now as still as a lake in the midst of a silent forest. There are no ripples upon the surface of my mind. I am in the center of the creative silence. My mind is still. My body and my nerves and muscles are motionless. I now charge my nerves and muscles with the cosmic celestial fire of life and energy. 3. Control of the body's supply of magnetism. Magnetism and electricity are the invisible forces back of all life and energy. Occult entrancement occurs when we build the supply of magnetism to such a point that all the body's functions are in rhythm with the cosmic life force. This is essential to good health and happiness. The negative forces that destroy magnetism must first be conquered before you are able to charge the batteries of your higher mind with vast quantities of magnetism. There are several negative emotions that chain one to Earth's karmic wheel and exact a heavy penalty in misery, sickness, accident, and suffering. These negative emotions must be overcome before you can achieve complete freedom from Earth's gravity pull. 1. Greed. 2. Fear. 3. Hatred. 4. Selfishness. 5. Worry. 6. Over-ambition. A woman was found unconscious on the streets of New York. She was shabbily dressed and seemingly starving to death. She was taken to a hospital, and when her clothes were removed, the authorities found thousands of dollars sewn into the lining of her coat. Upon investigation of her shabby little room, her neighbors also thought she was poor. The authorities discovered a trunk with over $50,000 hidden in it. Greed was destroying this woman's life. Treat selfishness by doing some kind, unselfish act every day of your life, until you release the magnetic and occult power of altruism in your daily life. Each day treat the negative emotion of fear by having confidence in the cosmic mind that created you, and know that this same power can sustain you throughout your life in perfect safety and comfort. Occult entrancement makes you a ruler of a spiritual kingdom. A parable is told of a powerful king of the Far East who each day outside his palace gates saw a lowly beggar to whom he gave a coin. One day the king stopped and asked him, "Why are you a beggar?" The beggar replied, "By day it is true, I am a beggar, but at night in my dreams, I am king." By day you are a king, but at night in your dreams, you fear becoming the beggar I am. Which, your highness, is truly beggar, and which is king? When we achieve cosmic and occult power, we ascend the higher throne of spiritual power and command the forces of life. We are not subject to their command and control. Occult entrancement gives you an invisible spiritual kingdom, over which you rule with benign love and gentility. There is never any danger that you will lose this kingdom by force, or that you will ever be burdened by affairs of state, for you will reign forever in cosmic splendor on the throne of justice and divine love. 4. Control of the psychic and intuitive faculties. Your higher psychic and intuitive faculties were given to you to use in achieving the fulfillment of your cosmic destiny. When the flow of psychic power is stifled for any reason, you lose your spiritual orientation in time and space and become unable to tune in on the higher occult thought forces which can guide you to a great and glorious destiny. As you sit each day in occult meditation, concentrate on these higher psychic and intuitive faculties. How Alan E. tapped higher occult psychic power and became rich. There was an instance in which a student of mine, Alan E., used this higher occult psychic power to become rich. He sat in daily meditation, asking for the means to achieve financial independence. He wanted to help his family, educate his 2 sons, achieve security for old age, and also to help the world, if he should have an abundance of riches. His motives were good and in keeping with cosmic laws, but he had no large sums of money and his work as an accountant did not seem to offer any opportunities for sudden riches. But he kept up his occult work, creating the power of entrancement, in which he visualized an unending stream of supply coming to him from the cosmic storehouse of riches and abundance. 3 months later, Alan E. received a notice from a lawyer in Chicago, telling him an uncle he had not seen for years had died, leaving him a fortune of $35,000. This cosmic blessing was truly a miracle, but Alan E. realized that he would have to use wisdom in investing this money, so it would continue to benefit him and his family for some years. He sat in occult entrancement daily, asking for further psychic guidance on how to invest this money. The answer came one day when he was sitting reading the financial page of the New York Times. He noted an article telling how low-priced stocks often went up in value if one had patience and could be a good source of future income. With this definite goal in mind, Alan E. sat in occult meditation and asked for guidance to choose the right low-priced stocks in which to invest most of his capital. Alan E. bought the stocks which occult guidance signified, got the certificates for them, and stored them in his bank vault box, deciding to wait until such time as they increased in value. 2 years passed, and he decided he would check on them to see if they had increased in value. He took the certificates to a stockbroker and discovered to his delight that the stocks he had bought for about $25,000 were now worth over $150,000. Chapter 11. How you may tap realms of occult power that make you a miracle worker. You may enter a 4th-dimensional realm of mysterious occult powers that can literally make you a miracle worker. The doors to this invisible occult kingdom may be opened by 6 golden keys that have been placed within your hands by Cosmic Mind. Do you wish to become wise, with the wisdom to know how to shape future events in your life? Do you desire psychic and clairvoyant powers so you may lift the veil of the future and know events that are destined to happen to you and your loved ones? Do you long for power to develop a magnetic, charming, and compelling personality, which will cause people to seek you out and court your favors? Do you dream of infinite riches and abundance, so you may live a life of leisure, culture, and intellectual achievements? Are you interested in possessing the miracle healing power which can keep you healthy, and which can be used to heal your friends and loved ones? All these powers can be yours when you arm yourself with the tremendous occult golden keys that can open secret doors to the mysteries of the universe as set out in this chapter. The 6 golden occult keys to secrets of the universe. 1. The occult key of mystic dedication. 2. The occult key of dynamic concentration. 3. The occult key of cosmic magnetism. 4. The occult key of propulsive imagery. 5. The occult key of activated desire. 6. The occult key of inner psychic illumination. Programs for effective use of above steps are set out below. How to use the occult key of mystic dedication. 1. Lines of magnetic and occult force are released in your higher consciousness when you use the occult golden key of mystic dedication. Most people live without rhyme or reason. They lack purposefulness back of their lives, and consequently they drift along life's highway, seldom achieving their goals, but experiencing discontent and misery. Mystic dedication literally means that you set your mind and body apart and consecrate them to a higher, more sacred purpose than just living for physical and material things. The great geniuses who have achieved immortality in history were dedicated souls. They lived, unselfed, to create enduring monuments to God and humanity with their sacrifice, labor, and creative endeavors. 2. Each day, when you arise in the morning, dedicate your mind, body, and soul to the joyous task of serving God and humanity. 3. Say the following dedication to yourself when you arise. I now dedicate myself and all my faculties to the joyous task of serving God and humanity. This day I shall do only that which is good and for the good of others. I am a channel for love, and I shall radiate love to everyone I meet. 4. All day long search for opportunities in which you may release the highest, noblest, and most inspiring thoughts and actions to the world. In your home, in business, in your social life, search for chances in which you can inspire others, encourage those who are discouraged, praise those who are worthy, and uplift the spirits of those who are crestfallen and unhappy. 5. Mystic dedication should be more than mere lip service. You should dedicate every living breath to the glory of God by consciously declaring each day when you arise, I now dedicate my every breath this entire day to the greater glory of God. Each time I inhale and exhale, a mystic invocation ascends to the celestial heights, establishing rapport between God, the source of my life, and my mind, body, and soul. How to use the occult key of dynamic concentration. 1. Concentrate the creative energy of your mind in dynamic patterns of thought. Thoughts that are slipshod and weak seldom have creative power. Controlled thoughts are concentrated thoughts. Electricity, when concentrated through copper wires, gives us tremendous power and is a source of light and energy. When scattered in the atmosphere, electricity has no effect whatever. A lightning bolt can shatter a giant oak tree because its rays are concentrated in a small area. Occult power stems from your higher brain centers when you concentrate your thoughts to a definite focal point. 2. Sit each day for a period of half an hour and practice the art of occult concentration. Look at some object, such as a painting or a rose. Be aware of its shape, color, and form. Mentally hold your thoughts on that object, and whenever your thoughts are tempted to slip away to something else, forcibly bring them back to contemplating the object. 3. Learn to concentrate the power of your mind on your body and its movements for a few minutes each day. Be aware of your hands. Feel power flowing to your fingers. Concentrate on their ability to perform many useful tasks. Then concentrate on the head, with its marvelous conglomeration of powers in the brain, eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. As you concentrate on each of these channels of usefulness, be aware of their separate function, and intensify your 5 senses by concentrating in turn on the sense of taste, hearing, sight, feeling, and smell. 4. When you wish some specific form of occult power to flow to your higher senses, concentrate your powers of mind on the things you are trying to achieve. For example, if you are trying to materialize more money, write down on a sheet of paper a specific amount that you need, such as $1,000. Then write down what you want to do with the money. Now sit in occult reverie and concentrate all the powers of your mind on the achievement of that money. Your thoughts will go something like this. Money represents crystallized spiritual energy. Creative power exists within my brain to draw upon the universal bank of riches for all the money I need to meet my specific wants. I now concentrate on a golden flow of riches from my creative ideas, and I see this money in my bank. I visualize myself spending it to purchase a new car, to make a down payment on a house, to take a trip to Europe. Name the specific purpose for which you wish the money. If it is a much larger sum, such as $100,000 as a retirement fund. Specify this on your occult blueprint, and then concentrate on smaller sums first, gradually increasing the sums until you are able to visualize the full $100,000. 5. To help you in concentrating on higher occult power, take into your occult periods of reverie specific pictures of the things you wish to come to you through occult power. Cut pictures out of home magazines of the home you want, the furniture you wish in that home, the car you visualize driving in. Cut out photos of ships, trains, airplanes, if you are trying to project travel around the world, and let your higher mind use these photographs for purposes of concentration. How a woman went around the world using this occult secret. Phyllis F. was a member of my New York lecture group. She learned how to project her desires through occult power. She had a small income from an insurance policy left by her husband 2 years before when he died. She projected a desire to travel around the world, but she did not have the means to do so. However, she kept up her occult meditation by getting folders of round-the-world cruise ships. She took these visual images into her periods of meditation each day. She wrote down her big overall goal. I want to take a trip around the world. I asked for guidance on how to achieve this lifetime dream. Something made her go in to inquire about the trip, for she reasoned accurately that some higher power had literally guided her footsteps to that travel agency for some purpose. When she asked the man for literature about the trip, she found him most agreeable, and he spent half an hour talking to her about the many places of interest the ship would visit. Finally, out of the blue, he asked her, "By the way, you wouldn't know of some cultured middle-aged woman who would want a job as hostess on this luxury liner?" A young woman they had left to marry one of the passengers, so now they only want to hire someone who is middle-aged. Phyllis F. immediately knew that this was the answer to her desire to go around the world. She told the man she liked such a job. She found out the duties were not strenuous, for most of the people who took such tours were past 40 years of age and did not require strenuous activities on board ship. She would supervise card games, arrange amateur entertainments, be hostess at special functions in other words, the type of thing she had done for many years when she was hostess in her own home. Phyllis F. was sent to the executive offices of the steamship Wood Lines, given an interview and accepted for the very next cruise. How to use the occult key of cosmic magnetism. Cosmic magnetism flows throughout the invisible interstices of the universe, giving you health, life, energy, and motivating your every move. To implement this flow of cosmic magnetism to your higher brain centers requires certain forms of action, which should be indulged every day. 1. Sit in occult meditation and concentrate on building reserves of cosmic magnetism within your brain and body cells. This is done through a process of simultaneous deep breathing and concentrating on the thoughts you wish to magnetize. 2. All occult power works under the law of magnetic attraction. As you breathe deeply and rhythmically, hold in your mind's eye the things that you wish to attract, using this invisible law of magnetic attraction. Repeat to yourself some magnetic positive statements such as these. I am now the center of a magnetic field of divine action. I attract to myself the higher occult forces that can help me achieve my life dreams. I now hold in my mind the desire to attract a romantic partner for purposes of marriage. I desire the following qualities in him. Specify the qualities you wish in such a marriage partner. I desire attracting my right work, in which I will make sufficient income to meet all my needs. State the type of work you wish. I desire attracting friends and a social life which will give me interest and wholesome activity. I desire attracting a home of my own, a car, beautiful clothes, and jewelry. State the specific things you wish to magnetize and involve them in the centers of your consciousness. Occult and magnetic power flow to these centers when you use this method for magnetizing your thoughts. 3. After you have set this cosmic law of magnetism into motion, do not worry about how these things will come to you. The higher cosmic intelligence that created all things knows your needs and how to fill these needs perfectly. All you need do is set the mental stage for action by using cosmic magnetism, and you will be led into dynamic action almost immediately. Then wait for cosmic mind to fulfill your goals. How Tyrone L. used this occult power to achieve his goal. One of my lecture members in Los Angeles, who learned how to use the higher occult powers to achieve his goal, was a construction worker who wanted to go into some other field, but did not know exactly what. He had a hobby, however, and it was gardening. He seemed to possess the proverbial green thumb, for he loved plants, and they seemed to respond to his love. He sat in daily meditation, asking for guidance from the cosmic mind. One day Tyrone L. was driving his car towards his home, which was out in San Fernando Valley, when he passed a large display of gardening equipment and furnishings. There were oversized mushrooms, plaster, colored ducks, deer, rabbits, dwarfs from Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and numerous other lawn and garden decorations. He felt an urge to go and look at the display, thinking he might buy something to surprise his wife and 5-year-old son. As he looked over the display, a salesman walked with him chatting brightly about the various objects for sale. He found out Tyrone L. was a construction worker, and he told him of a man who needed some bulldozing done for a landscape project he was doing. Tyrone L. told him his company did such work, and he gave the man his phone number and name. Within 2 days, Tyrone L. received a phone call from a man who wanted to see him. When they met, he learned that this was the landscape architect who had a big project he was doing for the city of Los Angeles. He needed an assistant, and after hearing that Tyrone L. wanted to go into that type of work, he made him a proposition. Tyrone L. went into partnership with the landscape architect, and within 1 year his firm was one of the biggest on the West Coast, landscaping estates, public parks, and other big projects that gave Tyrone L. future prospects of becoming enormously rich, as well as doing the work that he loved most. How to use the occult key of propulsive imagery. The occult key of propulsive imagery utilizes the well-known principle of the active daydream. But it is more than simply holding in consciousness a dream that one wants fulfilled. Propulsive imagery consists in holding the dream in consciousness and then dynamically propelling that dream into the outer objective realm of reality. Most people go through life daydreaming. They want riches, fame, love, happiness, success, and all the rewards of life, but they never go beyond the passive dream stage. Propulsive imagery helps you crystallize your dream into outer objective form. 1. To build the mental images you wish to externalize in the outer objective world, go into daily occult reverie, as you have learned elsewhere in this study. 2. Build the spiritual prototype of the thing you are trying to project into the outer, objective world of reality. The spiritual prototype is the mental image of the things you are trying to create. The acorn is the seed, or spiritual prototype of the future oak tree. The mental seed that you put into consciousness obeys the same occult and cosmic law that the acorn uses to project the oak tree into the outer, objective world of reality. 3. Translate all the things you want to create first into their spiritual prototypes. If it is more money you desire, mentally see money as creative ideas, loving service, creation of beauty for others to enjoy, comfort and security, education and culture for your children, a home background to rear your family, travel, hobbies, social activity, all. These things represent the spiritual prototypes of money. Money in itself is an objective force that cannot materialize until and unless you first create the propulsive image of money on the subjective plane of consciousness. 4. Concentrate in your occult reverie on these objective forms. Hold the thought in consciousness, and then with a propulsive act of will project the idea to the outer, objective world. Release mentally the golden line of infinity between your eyes, to the outer world, and see attached to this line of infinity the objects you are trying to create with your occult power. Very much like a line thrown into the sea. See attached to this line of infinity the objects you desire. Like a fish on a fisherman's line, your objects should be visualized being drawn in from the cosmic seas of infinite supply and abundance. 5. It is the same thing with any objective force you wish to materialize through occult reverie. First, see its spiritual occult prototype, and then mentally concentrate on sending out your golden line of infinity, attaching to it the object of your choice. If it is a new job, a new house, or a new car you desire, whatever, the desire is attach it to this golden line of infinity, and mentally draw it into your centers of consciousness. 6. After you have asked Cosmic Mind to fulfill your various dreams and goals, sit back confidently and expectantly, awaiting your good, having supreme faith that the Cosmic Mind, God Power, knows your needs and is rushing to fill those needs. How to use the occult key of activated desire. Below is a program to make your desires come true. 1. One of the most powerful emotions for stirring up vortices of occult creative power is that of activated desire. Strive each day to bring into focus your innermost secret wishes and desires. It is not enough that you have a lukewarm idea that you would like to improve your lot in life, or that you would like $1 million. These are not activated desires. Charge your desires with emotion. Renew them each day while in occult reverie. Make up a list of the 20 things you most ardently desire in your life. Carry these into your meditation and make them part of the arsenal of your day's actions. 2. This list of 20 activated desires can include such important things as money with which to educate your children or improve your life, a new home or apartment, an automobile to give you comfort and transportation, friends and an interesting social life, a marriage partner, or if married, better relationships with your mate, gifts and talents that you may use for making money or for hobbies, trips to various parts of the world, inventive ability to create something of value to the world, ability to paint pictures, write stories, compose music. You may list abstract qualities as well as objective things you wish to attract. More charm and magnetism in your outer personality is an abstract quality, but occult power can flow to make this a reality if you incorporate it in your occult reverie. 3. Activated desire also means to act out the pattern of your innermost wishes as if they were already a reality. For example, you may ask for more money. To activate this and bring it into the third-dimensional world of reality, begin to think and act like a person who is already successful and rich. As you act out the part of success, you will become a magnet, literally attracting to yourself conditions that make you rich. How a secretary used occult power to improve her life. A 22-year-old lady, Lorna T., came to a course I gave in New York on occult power. She worked as secretary in a large dress manufacturing firm and liked her work, but desired to improve her lot in life. She had several chances to marry, but wanted to work a few years more before taking that important step. As soon as she learned how to use these 6 occult keys to improve herself, she began to practice them each day. She especially used the key of activated desire. She began to express her desire for an important position in life by dressing more carefully. She took an evening course in public speaking for 3 months. Then she enrolled in an evening course in fashion designing and began to read up on styles and merchandising procedures. She magnetized her mind centers with creative ideas, and instead of wasting time looking at useless television shows 3 or 4 hours a night, she used that time constructively to activate her brain cells with new creative ideas. Lorna T. began going to fashion shows that were presented in big hotels in New York and studying in the windows along Fifth Avenue the latest styles in women's wear. In other words, she was busy activating her occult desires to better her life. One day, when she attended a big board meeting of fashion designers and buyers that her firm had, one of the executives asked everyone present to give their opinions for improving their spring line in women's wear. Lorna T., who was there only in the capacity of secretary, said nothing, but that night at home, she carefully wrote out several pages of her fresh, new ideas for improving the manufacturer's line of women's wear, and she presented these to her employer the next day, telling him she wanted to help the firm improve their merchandise and methods of promotion. The result of this activated form of desire was immediate and startling. Lorna T. was called into her employer's office the next day and introduced to one of their top saleswomen. She was to accompany this woman all over the country helping her present the firm's new lines of merchandise to the biggest department stores in America. The salary she was to receive was big, and the opportunity to advance herself for the future was great. 4. If you desire better health, a more youthful body, and greater energy, activate this desire by thinking youthful thoughts and by doing things that put you in rhythm with the cosmic energy, such as walking in rhythm, dancing frequently, swimming, and otherwise setting up action in your brain and body cells that conduct magnetism and electricity to the organs of your body. 5. If you desire greater happiness, activate this desire by thinking happy thoughts. Avoid speaking in negative patterns. Stop saying things like, "I'm afraid things are going to get worse. I was born unlucky. I feel terrible. I'm old, sick, and tired." You hear people using such negative sentences all the time, and this kills the occult power that can make you happy, youthful, and healthy. Change these negative thoughts into such positive ones as, "I feel wonderful. I am lucky and attract nothing but good. I am youthful and express energy and health. I am successful and am getting richer every day. I see only good and beauty in life." How to use the occult key of inner psychic illumination. 1. The higher occult power within your mind operates on a wavelength of psychic illumination when you learn how to release your mind from the fetters of conscious limitation. Sit in occult reverie and ask for psychic guidance in your everyday activities. As you close your eyes, mentally see a golden light shining in the center of your forehead. This is symbolical of the mystical third eye that has the powers of psychism and clairvoyance when fully developed. As you ask the higher cosmic mind for guidance, visualize this golden light shedding its rays over the centers of your consciousness, giving you wisdom and intuitive guidance. 2. As you open the psychic centers of your mind by daily practice, you can ask this higher mind for definite instructions. Write down the things you wish illumination about, and then sit in silent occult reverie for half an hour a day, waiting for occult guidance to give you just the advice you seek. 3. Psychic illumination comes more readily when you put yourself into a state of somnambulism. This means to adopt a posture when you go into occult reverie of sleep. Lie down with the eyes closed, breathe deeply and slowly, and slow down the rhythm of your conscious mind to a point where you feel drowsy and near sleep. In this half-sleeping, half-waking state, the higher psychic and clairvoyant powers spring into focus, and many times revelations will come through that seem like dreams. How a young composer used occult power for his success. A young composer I had taught this method of going into occult trance asked for a song that would bring him success and monetary rewards. He had soft music playing in the background, set the stage with candlelight, and lay down on his bed in a position of sleep. Soon his mind was soaring into celestial realms, and he became aware of the singing of the wind in treetops. He saw stretches of beach and ocean waves gently kissing the sands. He saw tropical trees in the sunset and a couple walking hand in hand along the seashore. This inspiration was converted into a song by Tony R. That was the hit of the season. 4. You can also tap the higher psychic mind centers by sitting before a blank sheet of paper and asking for guidance through automatic writing. Many times, when you tap this higher psychic realm, you will receive amazing information that can help you in many ways. How a valuable lost ring was found through reverie. One woman lecture member used this psychic power to find a missing ring that she valued for sentimental reasons. As she sat in occult reverie, something told her to look in the wastebasket near her desk. This seemed a silly place to look for the ring, but she did as she was told. There, rolled up in some papers she had removed from her desk and thrown into the basket, was her ring. How psychic guidance led this man to buy an apartment house. A man who used this psychic power asked to be guided in finding an apartment house to buy with a small down payment, so he and his family could live there and invest their money profitably. As if by a miracle one day, he drove down Sunset Boulevard in Los Angeles and had a sudden impulse to turn down a street he had never been on before. On this side street, he saw a 2-story, 8-unit apartment for sale. Something told him to stop and inquire about the property. Upon doing so, he found it belonged to an elderly lady who was anxious to sell and would take a small down payment, the exact sum the man could afford to pay. The monthly payments were the same as he was paying on his home, and he would now own the property, with possibilities of future appreciation in value. He concluded the deal the same day, and realized he had been led to the apartment house and its financial deal by his higher psychic mind. Chapter 12. How to Achieve Astral Projection and Its Benefits. Man exists on more than one plane of consciousness. He possesses the mind, the physical self, known as the body, and a spiritual identity, called the soul. However, there is another invisible entity within man, and this is his etheric double, or astral self, which is capable of being projected during sleep and having experiences that are remembered when the person awakens. During the dream state, this astral self may enter other dimensions of time and space and have experiences which the conscious mind may recall when awake. This astral self may contact other living persons or those who have entered the spirit world, where they exist as thought entities. The astral self may traverse the dim corridors of time and probe the mysteries of past centuries and consort with people who have left their mark upon the sands of time. Such astral journeys are accomplished by willing the astral self to visit certain periods of history of different countries, just before going to sleep, and during the sleep state, the astral self projects outward into these other dimensions of time and space. The mystery of reaching the astral regions. Many times, these astral flights can occur while the person is in the state of reverie, between sleep and waking, when the soul has ability to project itself to distant places and be aware of the events transpiring there. The great mystic Swedenborg tells of how he sat in his study one day and had such an astral flight to a distance of 300 miles and witnessed a tragic fire in which several people were killed. This was in the days before telephones or telegraph, and there was no way for the mystic to know if this vision was accurate. The next day, news came that at the exact moment Swedenborg had his vision, a fire had actually occurred, just as he had described it to his household members after his astral vision. Historically, we know that many people have had this gift of astral projection when they were able to tap some invisible wavelength and be aware of sights, sounds, and events that had occurred in the past, or that would occur at some future date. The invisible astral realms may be explored by man. It has now been proved scientifically that these invisible dimensions of time and space, known in occultism as the astral realms, may be explored by man and harnessed to perform their miracles for him. To see how invisible forces can exist in the dimensions of time and space, not normally visible to the physical eye, consider the miracle of how television works. When a television picture is released into the ether waves, it ceases to exist as a third-dimensional object. It enters the invisible fourth-dimensional plane, where it obeys laws that pertain to that domain. That projected picture may circle the globe and go on forever vibrating in invisible space, undetected by the human eye. How man's soul may probe these astral mysteries. Man's mind that invented the wonders of telephone, radio, television, and spaceships can be used as the instrument to probe these astral mysteries and perceive astral forms on the screen of his mind. Man's soul, which bears the divine imprint of God, may traverse the invisible interstices of time and space, with apperception to bring into focus distant times and places. When man's conscious, doubting mind sleeps, his astral body may ascend majestically into the stratosphere of divine miracles, and journey backwards or forwards through the dim corridors of eons of time, knowing secrets and mysteries that are denied to those who lack faith in such cosmic miracles. How a woman had an astral projection to a past event that she did not know had occurred. A lecture member in New York City once told me after a class on astral projection of an amazing experience she had, which proved to her that such a thing did exist. She had a dream one night that she was flying through time and space, and she suddenly found herself in a humble peasant home in what appeared to be Ireland about 50 years before. There she saw herself as a child in a crib, with a man and woman who appeared to be her father and mother. She awakened, thinking she had had a dream which was not very accurate, for her own father and mother were still very much alive and were of Polish descent, not Irish. However, the dream persisted in its vivid reality for some days, and finally she confided the details to her mother and father. It was only then that they admitted to her that the girl they called their daughter had been born to a couple in Ireland, who were killed in an airplane crash in the early days of aviation, and they had adopted her when she was still an infant. All the great geniuses of history have had this astounding power of astral vision and the ability to project their etheric doubles to invisible time and space, where they probed mysteries that had not been revealed to mankind before. How you may achieve astral projection into new dimensions of time and space. There are 4 stages to the achieving of true astral projection. 1. The first stage is the conscious attempt to put your mind into a state of trance-like suspension while you still retain control of your faculties. Lie on your bed in the position of sleep. Close your eyes and go into a dreamlike state where you will yourself to go to sleep with an invocation you can make up, or you may use these words. I now command my etheric double to obey my orders and release my soul, so it may probe other dimensions of astral time and space. I now breathe in slowly, controlling my body's and brain's functions, slowing down my body's metabolism, and achieving suspension of my normal conscious faculties. I enter a dreamlike, sleeping state in which my soul shall exteriorize and ascend into the astral realms. I retain full awareness of my experiences in the astral, and when my soul returns to my body, I command it to reveal to me the mysteries it has probed while on its astral journeys. 2. The second stage consists in the actual act of willing the soul to rise and be liberated from the bonds of the physical material body. This is done with a continuation of the deep breathing, until such a state of drowsiness has been attained that you feel as if you are about to drift off into sleep. Then, command the soul with a definite order to ascend vertically and prepare to leave your body. Visualize your etheric double, like your physical twin, rising like vapor or mist and floating off into time and space. At this stage, your soul will no doubt experience a sensation as if you were flying through space. This motion may be like a spiraling upward action, and when it achieves sufficient momentum, the soul attains an upward position, and at this stage, leaves the body, tied to the physical body by its etheric umbilical cord. Many people report that in this stage of exteriorization, they can see their own bodies lying on the bed, in a state of seeming sleep. 3. When you have achieved the complete exteriorization of the soul and are truly out of the gravity pull of your body, you will then experience a sensation as if flying through time and space. At this stage, you may have a kaleidoscopic view of beautiful scenes in glowing colors of different countries, past ages, historical processions, all passing through your consciousness with astounding rapidity and force. This hodgepodge of astral visitations may represent several centuries of experiences, for the soul in 1 second can have 1,000,000 sense perceptions of sights, sounds, and colors that represent a century of living. Just as they say a drowning man sees pass in review his entire life, so too the soul may have in such astral projections a perception of events that took a century to occur. In your first astral projections, which will seem like vivid, technicolor dreams, do not attempt to remember too many facts. Let the dream sequences pass, one after the other, not trying to hold on to them, until you have achieved more experience in willing the events that you wish to occur on the astral planes. Later you can regulate these astral visions, recall them when you awaken, and delete all the unimportant details that you do not wish to review. 4. The process of interiorization, or returning the soul to the prostrate physical body, is the last stage of astral projection. This return will be very much under your own conscious direction, and will remind you of dropping from a great height in a dream, and landing with a startled feeling that awakens you. This astral interiorization may occur suddenly, and you will awaken feeling you have had a deep, mystical, dreamlike experience, in which your brain will be crowded with the exciting events that occurred on the astral planes. You may have had visions of persons in history. People who have been dead for centuries may have appeared to you and talked to you. You may see the astral images of your own father or mother, or other relatives who have passed on, and they may relay information to you of a valuable nature. Their astral selves still exist in another dimension of time and space, as disembodied thought entities or spirits, and there is no reason why your soul should not commune with theirs. How a man received valuable financial information from his father. A man in my New York lecture group, Ralph K., after having received instructions in astral projection, told me of an amazingly accurate experience that he had while he was out on the astral planes. Ralph K. had been having some financial problems, for his father had died leaving no will, and the estate, which was rather large, was being contested by several distant relatives. Ralph K. talked to his father just as if he had been there in person. He told him of the problems he was having and asked, "Dad, why didn't you leave a will?" His father's face showed amazement, and he replied, "Why, son, I did leave a will. I gave it to your Uncle Bill to keep in his bank vault, and if anything happened to me, he was to give it to you and Mother." Bill was the dead father's brother, and he had died soon after his brother. When Ralph K. returned to consciousness from his astral vision, he remembered clearly everything his father had told him. He immediately went to his aunt's home and asked her for the papers that were in her dead husband's vault. She gave them to him, and there, just as the father had told him, was the will. 5. You may, during your periods of astral flight, use this time to advantage to gather information or to visit places that you would like to see, such as foreign lands and world-famous buildings like the Parthenon in Athens, the Taj Mahal in India, or the sacred shrines in Israel. If you wish to take such astral flights, give these instructions to the soul as you go into the trance-like state that precedes exteriorization. You might even write down the places you wish to visit, and then let yourself drift off into the astral regions, where your soul will be able to propel itself to the places you have chosen. Many times, you will not be able to control the astral journeys, but your soul will take you on a trip that you did not plan. When you awaken, you may feel that you have had a very vivid dream, and everything will seem real, and you will recall people, costumes, places of interest you visited, just as if you had actually taken a tour of those places in person. How a woman visited the pyramids in Egypt while on an astral flight. A lady I once knew, who had studied these laws of occultism pertaining to astral flight, had a conscious desire to visit the giant pyramid of Giza in Egypt. She gave her mind instructions of what she wanted and exteriorized her soul, which took her back in time and space to the early days of the pyramids. She seemed actually to be living in the days when the pyramids were being built. She saw kings buried there. She visited the king's chamber deep inside the pyramid and saw the strange hieroglyphics written on the walls. She seemed to know the entire history of the pyramids from that hour or so of astral flight. When she returned, she wrote down a careful description of what she had seen. 2 years later, she had an opportunity actually to visit Egypt and go to see the pyramids. She entered the pyramid through a long stone-encased tunnel that led to the king's chamber, and there she encountered the exact setting she had seen in her astral flight. 6. Astral journeys often occur without your conscious, volitional knowledge. It seems natural for everyone to have some of these astral experiences, even without conscious effort. You will know when you have an astral journey during sleep, for the experience will seem like a dream in which everything takes on an aura of absolute reality. You will dream this series of sequential events just as though they were actually occurring in life. You may awaken suddenly, if some slight noise causes the soul to snap back into the body, and then you will recall vividly the events of your astral journey. You may wish to continue the flight into other dimensions. You can then close your eyes and project yourself back into the astral, where you may continue the thread of astral activity, just as though there had been no interruption. A woman who had an astral prophetic dream of marriage. This kind of astral projection occurred to Wanda P., a young lady who had taken our classes in occult sciences in Carnegie Hall. She consciously projected herself out into the astral realms one night, asking for general experiences that might reflect her life in the future dimensions of earthly time. She had a most pleasant astral flight in which she saw herself at a great ball in a costume of the 19th century, at a palace which seemed to be in the heart of old Vienna. She saw crystal chandeliers, magnificent tapestries and paintings on the walls, an enormous gathering of men and women in costume, were doing a beautiful Viennese waltz. She danced with a handsome young man who seemed to be of noble birth, and there was romance between them. This dream did not occur to Wanda P. again, and she forgot it in a few days. However, 3 weeks later, she was invited to a party at a friend's home, and there was a gay young group of men and women dancing. Suddenly, with the playing of rock and roll and the latest dance craze on the pickup, she thought of her astral dream and said to herself with a little amusement, "I wonder if this is where I'll meet my astral prince." As she thought this, the music suddenly stopped, and as if in a dream, she heard the strains of a Viennese waltz, which one of the young people had put on. Then things happened, which gave her a feeling she had lived through that same experience before. A young man came up to her and bowed with a mock courtly gesture and asked her for a dance. She looked at him in amazement, for his features were those of the young man of her astral romance. Wanda P. felt instinctively that this was the beginning of something wonderful, for she had the feeling that the astral vision had been in some manner prophetic. Time bore out this intuitive feeling, for within 3 months the young man did indeed propose marriage to her, and once again she had the feeling of being suspended in time and space, going through the thrilling events of her astral romance. She accepted his proposal and had a June wedding, thus completing the last stage of the romance which had been projected by her astral vision. 7. You may use astral projection for other purposes than merely taking journeys into distant time and space. You may utilize this power of soul projection to reach the minds of others during periods of sleep. This is achieved by consciously selecting the person you wish to visit during astral projection. Mentally decide what you want to say to the person and rehearse it, just as you would a speech you are going to deliver before an audience. Then mentally see the face of the person you want to visit astrally, and talk to that person consciously, holding his face in your mind as you drift off into sleep. Your soul will be on the same wavelength or vibration as the person's soul, and you may have no conscious recollection of visiting him astrally, but his soul will have an awareness of the words you have projected and the thoughts you wish to convey. How one woman used astral projection to win back her husband's love. Therese R. was a 45-year-old woman in my New York lecture group who had lost her husband's love to another woman. He had told her that he loved this woman and wanted a divorce so they could be married. They had 2 children, a 15-year-old boy and a 20-year-old girl, already married. For the sake of her son's future, Therese R. did not want to go through a divorce. She also loved her husband and did not feel it was her fault that he had lost his love for her. When Therese R. learned about astral projection, she decided to try an experiment. The first night she used astral projection to her husband, in which she presented all the arguments in favor of their staying married. Before going to sleep, she mentally told him how she loved him dearly and how she understood his infatuation for another woman, but did not feel he should break up his home on her account. She pleaded with her husband to think of their young son's future and not to divorce her. The next night, she drifted off again, and she and her husband seemed to be walking down a shady country road, holding hands. They stopped walking, and her husband took her in his arms and whispered to her, "Don't worry, Terry. Everything's going to be all right again with us." She awakened with a wonderful feeling of joy and felt that this was somehow a prophetic astral dream. Within 2 weeks' time, she and her husband visited an aunt who lived in New Jersey. The aunt's home was in the country, and as they were driving down a lane on the way to the house, her husband suddenly stopped the car, took her hand in his, and pulled her closer to him. Then, as she listened in amazement, he said, "Don't worry, Terry. Everything's going to be all right. I realize now you were right. What I feel for Anne is only infatuation. It's you I really have always loved." This type of prophetic astral projection is very common. People have had astral projections of future events that turned out to be accurate. One woman dreamed that there was a disastrous fire in her home. She thought of it as just another bad dream and promptly forgot about it. In 2 months' time, while she was away, faulty wiring caused a fire that half destroyed her home. Tragic airplane crash seen in astral projection. A man who was in my lecture group had an astral projection that an airplane he planned to take was in an accident, and everyone aboard was killed. As he traveled a good deal by plane, he was puzzled and did not know which airplane his dream implied would crash. So for 2 weeks he traveled only by train. One morning, on the flight from New York to Washington, the plane he would normally have been on did indeed crash, exactly as he had foreseen in his astral dream, and all aboard were killed. You may experience such astral prophetic dreams, and some of them may appear ridiculous and impossible of fulfillment. But you should never disregard such astral warnings, for there is a cosmic intelligence that knows all events scheduled to occur in the future, and these astral dreams may be warnings to you. Chapter 13. How to use the power of occult alchemy to turn your thoughts into the things you desire. There is a saying in occultism, which is scientifically correct. Thoughts are things. Thoughts are the creative building blocks out of which cosmic mind creates the destiny that you have selected. Occult power begins to flow to your higher mind centers the moment that you learn how to control and direct the magnetic current of your thoughts into creative channels. This power of occult alchemy, which converts thoughts into gold or other things you desire, is released through the hidden doctrine of psychophysics, which gives you a knowledge of the relationship between your mind substance, your body, your soul, and the outer world. By projecting a steady stream of occult power from your higher brain centers, you may actually imprint invisible atoms and molecules with the forms you desire and turn your thoughts into the shimmering gold of health, happiness, supply and abundance, love, fulfillment, and spiritual completion. How to use the occult force of emotion, channeled by your desires. 1. Desire is one of the most powerful emotional keys that cosmic mind has given to man to be used to open secret, hidden doors to the treasures of the universe. Each day work on your desires to achieve success, health, happiness, and fulfillment. Set aside a half-hour a day for this occult practice of desire, and crystallize your mental energy in a dynamic stream of atomic power that makes your desire come to life. 2. Feel intensely a desire for life. Life energy and cosmic power flow through every nerve and cell of your brain and body when you are propelled by an intense desire to live. Ask yourself as you begin each day, what is my purpose for living? Then crystallize the life energy by stating some definite purpose. You can have a purpose for that day and achieve it by projecting cosmic energy for the fulfillment of the day's desires. You can have a purpose or goal for 5 years, or an overall purpose for your entire life. 3. If you wish to use the power of occult alchemy to turn your mental energy into money or its equivalents, you must intensely desire money and the things that money can buy. It is not wrong for you to have such desires, for they were implanted in the consciousness of man to help improve his lot in life. Have specific desires and write these down on a sheet of paper that you read every morning when you awaken, and every night just before going to sleep. How a woman used the occult power of desire to bring her inner dream into focus. Bertha G. was a lecture member in Hollywood, California, and learned from our studies in occult science how to convert mental energy into money or its equivalent. She had a desire to use her gifts and talents for some special creative work where she could inspire and help people. She had been formerly a singer, but now at the age of 55, her husband had died, and she was alone and could not stand the monotony of having nothing to do. She had been left with enough money to live comfortably. She had a lovely home in a desirable district, and she enjoyed entertaining her friends. She did not know in what direction she should concentrate her desires, so she wrote down a general statement which she took each day into occult reverie. I desire bringing beauty, culture, and entertainment of a high order to women who have idle time on their hands. She had attended many women's clubs and knew how these bored, middle-income women were desperate for something to do that would occupy their time creatively. Most of them wasted their time in gossip and playing cards, and this soon bored them. One day she attended an exhibition of oil paintings by a very talented artist, a woman who, like herself, was widowed and had discovered the supreme joy of doing something beautiful and creative. Bertha G. talked to the artist and asked her if she would come to her home for tea and meet her wide circle of friends. The day of the tea party proved a beautiful sunny day, and over 100 women showed up. The artist had not only brought her most popular works to exhibit, with a short history of how each had been inspired and created, but she brought her easel and brushes as well, and offered actually to create a painting for the women. At the end of the hour-and-a-half exhibition, the party was such a huge success that the women begged Bertha G. to have other such events at her beautiful home. From this simple beginning, inspired by the occult power of her higher mind, Bertha G. went on to a very splendid career. She found that artists, musicians, poets, authors, and even politicians, judges, psychiatrists, and businessmen enjoyed being guests and presenting their secrets of success to her women guests. Her famous Tuesdays at Home drew so many guests that Bertha G. was forced to set a nominal price for admission to these events, and from this humble beginning began a club for the advancement of culture and education that attracted over 500 members the first year, with added income that helped Bertha G. live on a more lavish scale. When you once set into motion the occult force of intense desire, you begin to attract the elements that shape the events you desire. How to use the occult creative power of mental energy. The occult force known as psychophysics actually means to create something in the outer, objective world through the inner, subjective power of the mind. Mental energy is released when the mind is held by a fixed creative idea. Vast fortunes have been built because someone had a persistent impulse to create something for the good of others. All art, music, and literature are inspired by such a creative idea to bring into being some great work of art. The following daily regime helps you release this occult power in your everyday life. 1. Mental energy must be built deliberately, just as one develops a muscle by continual use. Direct your thoughts each day for at least 1 hour to doing something creative that will summon up mental energy. It is not enough just to sit and think. It is vitally important that thought be accompanied by action. This creative energy may be directed at writing down your thoughts, notes from which perhaps to make a novel or short story. Many people have gotten into the habit of keeping a daily diary, and later were inspired to put these creative thoughts into the form of short stories or novels. 2. Mental energy flows from the higher mind centers when you have something you wish to share with other people. This may be a desire to share your good, your hospitality, your smiles, your consideration and praise. These expressions of friendship and cooperation with others help trigger from your higher brain centers tremendous occult power to create something worthwhile and enduring. How a person attracted a fortune through the occult alchemy secret. Here is an illustration of this desire to share creative good with others. A young woman who worked as a secretary in an office near Central Park, New York City, used to have her lunch there each day, and she enjoyed feeding the pigeons that flocked around her. She observed an elderly, kindly-looking man who also seemed to love feeding the birds. One day he spoke to her, and she responded with kindness and consideration, feeling that the old man was lonely and wanted to talk to someone. From this friendly beginning, there began daily meetings, in which she listened patiently to the old man as he told her many interesting things about his past life. His wife was dead, and his 3 children were married and had families of their own, and were too busy to give the old man much time or attention. He was lonely and wanted companionship. This daily meeting went on for about a year, until one day the old man was not there as usual, and the girl wondered what had happened. The old man knew her name and where she worked, and she felt that perhaps he would soon come to the park again, as usual at lunchtime. However, for several weeks she had no word from him. Then one day a message came to her at her office to call a certain firm of lawyers. When she did, she found that the old man had died, and upon reading his will, the lawyers found he had left the friendly young woman $50,000. This story was carried in the New York papers when it occurred, and shows the occult power of releasing mental energy in kind acts and charitable deeds, without thought of rewards. How to use the occult force of spiritual momentum. 1. Spiritual momentum is achieved when a high form of consecration and dedication occurs in your life. People who spend their time in doing something for other people have such consecrated and dedicated lives. Many times, these people serve humanity, such as doctors, nurses, teachers, policemen, and civil servants. They get remuneration, but it is seldom sufficient to pay for the true amount of energy and effort expended. They usually love their work and do it for the good of humanity. 2. Make it a point in your life to consecrate and dedicate your mind and your resources to serving God and humanity. This helps release occult power to do astounding things. Many times, even mediocre talent blossoms into genius under this driving occult force of spiritual momentum. The great reformers, leaders, mystics, seers, and scientists have all been inspired by some high ideal, some magnificent obsession, which led them to sacrifice their time, and sometimes even their lives, for some noble cause. How to use the occult power of your creative emotions. 1. The creative emotions can be used as channels for the flow of higher occult power. There are subtle electrical and magnetic currents released by the brain and body when emotions are indulged, which are inspiring, uplifting, positive, and dynamic. Each day strive to release this form of power from the higher brain centers. The positive emotions are good, faith, peace, charity, altruism, forgiveness, mercy, tolerance, joy, and love. 2. Carefully avoid the negative emotions which tend to short-circuit your mind and body cells and create unnatural and unwholesome conditions that cause nervousness, sickness, and other forms of distress in the human psyche. The most common negative emotions are fear, hate, worry, greed, selfishness, jealousy, resentment, revenge, envy, maliciousness, and egotism. You can only overcome the negative emotions by substituting the opposite, positive ones. Make this a conscious effort, and soon you will be operating on a subconscious level, finding it impossible to be negative, fear-filled, and worried. How to use the occult secret power of transmutation, the plus and minus occult law. 1. Transmutation means literally to change or transmute something from one form to another. We see the miracle power of transmutation working under cosmic and occult laws in the realm of nature. The soil transmutes the water, nourishment, and sunshine into living, growing seeds that become abundant crops to feed mankind. The human body and brain transmute the sunshine that cascades to Earth from 93 million miles away into living, healthful cells capable of living 100 years or more. You possess this magical occult power in order to transmute ideas into living or tangible forms that can be projected to the outer physical world. Occult power works through vibration in all forms of creation. To be able to control matter, we must work the law of sympathetic occult vibration. Occult power begins to flow from your higher mind centers the moment you learn how to control and direct the magnetic current of your thoughts through the law of transmutation. Your thoughts may be projected to persons or objects, causing them to respond sympathetically, according to the nature of your thoughts. How a girl in an office turned hate against her into love. Rhoda F. worked in an office as a secretary, and before coming to our classes and learning about occult power, she was bitter, unhappy, and filled with negative emotions. Everyone in the office seemed to be nervous and on edge. There was gossip among the workers. There were rivalries and hostilities that created an unpleasant and discordant atmosphere. One girl, who seemed to hate Rhoda and be insanely jealous of her, spread ugly rumors that she was immoral and going around with one of the married men in the office. When Rhoda came to me, she burst into tears and begged me to do something to help her. I gave her a regime to use, in addition to what she learned in our lectures and classes about how to use occult power to combat this destructive force. First, she was to use the occult law of transmutation and convert all the minuses into pluses. Where she saw hatred, she was now to see its opposite spiritual force, love. Where there was hostility, she was to substitute the opposite emotion of friendship, and where she saw discord and friction, she was to create within her mind the elements of amity and concord. It took Rhoda F. 3 weeks of constant occult practice to achieve any visible results in her office, but gradually she began to see changes. The girl who had hated her asked her to come to lunch one day, and there she discussed her past hateful actions, asking Rhoda to forgive her, and begging her to forget the past and be friendly to her. This was a major victory, and from that day on this girl became Rhoda's best friend. 2. Begin each day with a short prayer or affirmation in which you entreat the divine presence for wisdom to live that day righteously, and for divine intuition to know what course of action to follow. Several times a day, stop and utter a short prayer of thankfulness and gratitude for some gift you have received from the cosmic spirit. Thank you, God, for the gift of life. Thank you, God, for the sunshine and beauty of this day. Thank you, God, for the rain that causes all things to grow. You can send up these little affirmations of thanksgiving many times a day, and they will help release tremendous occult power, putting you in tune with the cosmic power that motivates all things even in this physical world. How to achieve the occult projection of the inner dream. 1. Man's daydreams are back of all progress and human achievement. A tremendous occult power can be released when you once learn how to have constructive, positive daydreams and to release them to the outer world. Sit in meditation each day for at least half an hour while practicing this occult projection of the inner dream. Take at least 1 week for each daydream that you wish to project. 2. Hold in the forefront of your consciousness the particular daydream you wish to project into the outer world of objective reality. For example, you wish to move into a new home in a quiet neighborhood, but you do not see the means for achieving the fulfillment of this dream right away. However, all things are possible, so hold to your dream with faith. How Mrs. Mildred B. materialized her dream home. A lecture member, who had learned this occult secret for projecting the inner dream to the outer world, wanted a new home for her husband and herself. She lived in a crowded New York apartment, and she began to project a dream home somewhere in the suburbs with a garden and 5 comfortable rooms for herself, her husband, and their 13-year-old daughter. Then she and her husband began to drive out into the countryside on Saturday afternoons and Sundays, searching for their dream home. One day they saw the perfect duplicate of their dream home, even to the English-style thatched roof, the white picket fence, and the beautiful garden in front of the house. But this house did not seem to be for sale. The one next to it had a for sale sign on it, but it was not the type of house they wanted, being old, shabby, and too big. However, they went up to the door and rang the bell, thinking they might get information about the dream house that stood next to it. No one answered the door, and as they were leaving the yard, a woman came to the door of the dream house and volunteered the information that the couple who owned the house were out and would be back in about an hour. She asked them to come into her home and wait. Mildred B. felt somehow that this was divine guidance. She sensed some working out of a cosmic plan, and she and her husband accepted the woman's offer to wait in her home. The woman served them tea, and they began to talk about their mission in looking at the house next door. Mildred B. admitted, "We do not really like that house. It's too big and old, but we adore your home. It's exactly the type we have dreamed of owning." Then something compelled her to ask, "Would you consider selling your home by any chance?" The woman hesitated a moment, then replied, "It's strange you should ask that, for I have not listed this house with any agents, but my husband died recently, and I do not need a 6-room house. My children are all married and in their own homes. I really want to travel if I can get rid of my home." Before they left there that afternoon, they had agreed to buy the place for a very low down payment, and the woman met their terms in every way, including the furniture, which they would pay off at so much per month. Chapter 14. How to direct your pattern of life by tapping the creative power of the cosmic diamond. There is a universal ray of creative light that issues from the cosmic diamond of the universe. This creative ray of light is broken up into 7 distinct astral rays that you may tap, releasing tremendous creative occult power for every purpose in your life. All creation exists in vibratory rhythm. This rhythm expresses itself in nature as form and dimension and is governed by weight, number, measure, and solidity. All these outer, objective forces are ruled by laws of spiritual mathematics. The planets in our solar system have their magnetic radiation to other planets and revolve on their axis around each other, under a regular cosmic timetable, following a cosmic law of periodicity that never varies or falters. This same cosmic and occult law applies to all chemicals, all invisible phenomena of electricity, magnetism, and radioactive waves that originate and issue from outer space. The principle in occultism which states, "as above, so below," is an accurate one, and decrees that the same occult laws that work in the immensity of unending cosmic space must also work in our own individual lives. How invisible vibrations rule the universe. The ancient philosopher Pythagoras taught that a vast system of numbers or vibrations rules the universe, and that all matter comes under this rule of mathematics. All created matter has certain rate of vibration, and it is now known to science that in chemistry, all the elements represent various states of vibration and issue from one original element. This creative element expresses itself through 7 various forms of action, known as cosmic rays, issuing from the cosmic mind or Godhead, which in occultism is called the cosmic diamond. By combining and recombining the 7 basic elements, cosmic mind is able to achieve an endless variety of various forms of all creation, from the simplest atom to the most complicated solar system. The occult regime for using the cosmic rays of the universal creative diamond. Following are the 18 steps for guiding you in the use of the creative diamond. 1. Concentrate on the physical ray that rules your body for at least half an hour each day. 2. Put yourself in the center of the cosmic diamond of creative energy and visualize the golden ray of life flowing to your body and its organs, bringing them energy, youthful vitality, and healing power. 3. Give yourself a cosmic energy treatment by saying aloud, as you breathe deeply, "I am now the center of the cosmic diamond of life. I am inhaling the dynamic occult power that gives me life energy. My body is now being healed by the magnetic currents of cosmic energy flowing to me from outer space. I am the center of the physical solar system, and my body and brain are now bathed in the spiritual cosmic fire that cleanses, purifies, heals, and restores every atom and cell of my brain and body." 4. Establish the cosmic rhythm of the soul of the universe in your own daily actions. Breathe in slowly and exhale slowly to a count of 4 for each inhalation and exhalation. Then, walk about your room to the rhythm of music. It can be any kind of slow rhythm, such as 3/4 time or 4/4 time. Let your bodily rhythm duplicate the cosmic rhythm, in which the cycles of life are set in the changing of the seasons and in the diastolic and systolic rhythm of your heartbeat, which reflects the cosmic rhythm of all life and energy. 5. Slowly pass the creative ray of cosmic light through the diamond of your physical body, visualizing it as a penetrating, healing force. Slowly treat each of your body's organs, starting with the head, going down to the chest, the heart, the lungs, and letting the creative fire flow into the stomach, the generative organs, and onto the soles of your feet. Visualize this ray of creative light from the cosmic diamond as being red, the life force color, and see it slowly energizing and stirring into healthful action the atoms and cells of every organ of your body. You can lie down for this diamond concentration and give yourself about 10 minutes of treatment, affirming in your thoughts health, youth, life, energy, peace, and dynamic power. How Mrs. RT helped her health. Through using the diamond ray. Mrs. RT had a short course in occult studies with me in New York. She had been diagnosed by doctors as having a serious gallbladder condition, and they urged an operation. Mrs. RT decided to wait for a month or 2 and see if she could heal herself with the use of the diamond rays. She began to practice this diamond ray exercise, letting the healing vibrations pass through her body every day for about an hour. She treated her mind by affirming she was in the healing light of God's presence. She saw the rays passing through her body, giving of their magnetism and healing power. After 1 month of this type of occult treatment, Mrs. RT returned to the hospital for X-rays, and to her amazement, she found the inflammation to her gallbladder had completely disappeared. She never did have the operation. 6. Now concentrate the cosmic ray of the universal diamond on each of your 5 senses in turn. Take the sense of touch and feel various textures and materials with your eyes closed. Distinguish the difference between a rose petal and a piece of cloth, wood and iron, and various other items, until you have sharpened this faculty of touch. Then take the sense of sight, and let your gaze go quickly about your room. Then close your eyes and recreate the entire scene, visualizing the objects in the room, the colors, the forms and relationships of things, until you can create it perfectly in your mind. Then turn the occult ray on the sense of hearing. Listen to a symphony on a record player. Try to distinguish the various instruments. Capture the subtle sounds and blendings of sounds. Let the rhythm bathe your senses and lull them with its rhythm, cadence, and harmony. Then listen to outdoor sounds, such as the singing of a bird, a tree frog, or cricket in the garden. Let the distant hum of traffic register on your mind. Be aware of the invisible vibratory world of sound in relationship to your physical center of life, and sharpen your sense of hearing by concentrating on various types of sound. Do this same type of exercise with the senses of smell and taste. Concentrate on tasting sugar or salt or vinegar, and let your sense perceptions be fully aware of all the sensations aroused by this process. Let yourself smell some fragrance or a flower, and close your eyes as you inhale its aroma, being aware of the particular brain centers that are being aroused and stimulated. How a young musician became a great conductor through using the cosmic diamond. It was while I was in Carnegie Hall, New York City, lecturing to thousands, that a young man sought me out for instruction in how he could become a great orchestra conductor. He was a fine musician, but he wanted more. He wanted to become a composer and a conductor of note. He began to open the higher brain centers by practicing the cosmic diamond rays pertaining to his sense perceptions. He became aware of the infinite variety of sounds all around him. He listened to symphony orchestras and picked out the various instruments as he closed his eyes. He went out to nature and intensified his sense perceptions, not only of sound, but of sight and touch and smell, until he was a vibrantly alive, coordinated being, who thrilled to bird song, who could hear a symphony in the sighing of the wind through the trees. He would stand beside the ocean and listen to the waves as they gently kissed the shore, and he would mentally convert the starlight, the silvery rays of the moon, and the soft, lambent sighing of the waves into a magnificent symphony, which he later wrote down. Within 2 years, this young man had written a magnificent concerto, which was later performed by one of the world's greatest symphony orchestras. Within 5 years, he had become one of our better-known symphony conductors with one of the finest orchestras in the Middle West. 7. The next time you go into occult reverie, concentrate on the intellectual diamond ray. This ray deals with the reason and logic. It controls the imagination. It has to do with the powers of concentration and visualization. Go into flights of imagination in which you project yourself to various parts of the world. In your mind's eye, become something different from what you are. Imagine yourself as an actor doing Shakespeare. Be Romeo or Juliet or Hamlet, and let the fiery flood of divine inspiration color your thoughts as you project the celestial flame of the cosmic diamond through your personality. Soon you will become more magnetic, more inspirational, more creative than you have ever been before. 8. In another period of meditation, ask the higher occult powers to sharpen your powers of reason and logic. Take into your periods of daily occult reverie some problem you may have, and apply the forces of reason and logic to it. Ask yourself questions such as, why do I have this problem? How can I go about solving it? Am I using logic and reason to solve it? Or am I being emotional in my approach to it? 9. Then use the power of higher reasoning to examine the various complexities of your problem. For instance, if you have the problem of lack of money, let your higher mind examine this lack and limitation through the process of higher reasoning. Was it because you were wasteful and threw money away when you had it? Were you lazy and indifferent to financial problems? Did you fail to save money during flush periods of your life for the proverbial rainy day? Was it due to gambling or other habits and vices? When through this process of reasoning your higher mind centers are cleared of the negative charges that you have built up regarding whatever problem you have, you will then be able to channel the higher occult power from cosmic mind to help you solve the problem. This can relate to other problems than finances, to health, romance, work, environmental conditions, or social relationships. How one lady solved her problems by using the cosmic diamond. Laura R. was having severe problems in her home when she learned from her studies of occultism about the cosmic diamond that could dissolve all problems. She sat in daily meditation, concentrating on the diamond ray of divine intelligence. She visualized this ray dissolving all the unwanted conditions that were in her life. She became a dynamic center of infinite intelligence and light, and each day when she faced her problems, She saw them as being shadows that were being dispelled by the bright light of truth. She later told me that her difficult problems, one by one, began to disappear, until she and her husband were completely free and once again happy. 10. To stimulate the power of your imagination and use visualization and concentration, take into your periods of occult reverie pictures that you cut out of magazines or newspapers. These can be various things that you are trying to manifest in your life. Look at pictures of your perfect dream home and project the one you desire to the cosmic diamond ray, asking for it to be manifested in your life. Look at pictures of the perfect car you wish, and in your imagination visualize yourself driving it down the street. Look at pictures of various countries you want to visit, and let the ray of the cosmic diamond project itself to your higher psychic centers, showing you how to take those trips to distant lands. 11. While you sit in the silence, let your own conscious mind be blank. Visualize the diamond ray of infinite wisdom issuing from the cosmos, entering your own consciousness. See this like a ray of golden light, penetrating your psychic centers at a point approximately between your two physical eyes. Then visualize a third eye in this higher brain center, into which the psychic ray of the cosmic diamond penetrates, bringing with it all wisdom and knowledge. If you wish information about a certain subject, hold this subject in the forefront of your consciousness and let this golden ray play upon it, revealing all facets of knowledge about it to your conscious mind. How one woman found a lost diamond ring through this creative power. An example of how this power works was that of a woman who had lost a valuable diamond ring, which she had removed while doing her housework. She sat in occult reverie asking for guidance to find it. Nothing came through, so she went about her normal housework. But an hour later she was impelled to go to her work basket where she had been doing some embroidery that morning. She picked up the unfinished work, and there was her ring. Then she remembered that she had placed the ring on the material, and later swept it into the basket without thinking. 12. Now you are ready to take the advanced occult step of recognition of the cosmic soul or spirit, the ray that motivates the life force, which is clothed in a human body in its mystical journey through time and space, and which returns to the cosmic source at death. Go into occult reverie and mentally take your place in the center of the cosmic diamond of illumination and divine inspiration. See yourself as the center of a vast constellation of mental and spiritual powers. See the rays now emanating from your own spiritual center, your immortal soul. This is done by visualizing golden lines of radiant light stemming from the area of the heart and diaphragm. As you hold this image of the creative diamond rays, project them outward to other people, to the entire world. Hold in your consciousness the ray of light and illumination which is divine intelligence. See all wisdom as being yours. Know the secrets of the cosmos. Become one with the living, pulsating, growing, and evolving forces that inhabit the secret places of Earth. Feel the divine emotion of ecstasy as you expand your consciousness to embrace all living things. 13. Next, concentrate the powers of your higher mind on the creative ray of the cosmic spirit or soul. Feel this ray penetrating your own higher mind, bringing to the forefront of consciousness the image of beauty and idealism. Project this ray to your physical body first, creating the image of beauty and perfection. Then project this cosmic ray to your environment, creating order and harmony in it. Give yourself the occult treatment by saying the following invocation. I now project the diamond ray of beauty, order, and harmony to my brain, body, and my environment. All elements within me now glow with the illumination that stems from the cosmic soul of the universe. I now attune myself to the golden ray of life, and I become life incarnate. I now vibrate to the dynamic ray of intelligence, and my brain centers become illumined and know all secrets. I now radiate the cosmic ray of energy and creativity, and I blossom with new creative gifts in every department of my life. 14. Now attune yourself to the diamond ray of cosmic creativity that exists in the elements making up our universe. To do this exercise, you may go out to nature, in a public park or the country, away from man-made cities and the confusion and noise of our modern civilization. Concentrate on the 4 diamond forces. The first is the diamond force of celestial fire. Project yourself mentally to the center of the solar system and align yourself with the fiery force of the sun's creative rays. Feel the celestial flame coursing through your veins. Feel the upward, impelling urge to radiate the cosmic fire to every atom of the universe. Let this cosmic fire inspire and illuminate the centers of your consciousness with creative ideas for wealth, health, happiness, romantic fulfillment, and spiritual joy. 15. Next, you are ready to concentrate on the Earth Diamond Ray, which crystallizes into form and structure of all created animate and inanimate forms. Become the center of the Earth forces, the mystical, creative center of the womb of Earth, where all life has its origin and conception. Visualize the growing seed hidden there in the dynamic center of Earth, where the pulsating spiritual forces radiate from the cosmic spirit, animating and giving life to all creation. Repeat the following occult invocation for this exercise in concentration on the Earth Diamond Ray. I am now the center of Mother Earth, fecund and fertile. I receive into my innermost being the spiritual seed of creative life, and I project into living reality the thoughts, ideas, and creative images that flower into growing, living form. These life forms represent the essence of my life. I project from this cosmic matrix of the Earth Diamond all the creative forms that give value and substance to my mental, physical, and spiritual life. I plant within my consciousness the seed of creative substance, and I see it blossom into a crop of abundance in every department of my life. I attune myself to nature's divine laws, and am blessed with every good and beautiful thing that I desire in my own life. 16. Next, you are ready to concentrate on the diamond ray of water. Mentally visualize a peaceful lake surrounded by trees, undimmed, reflecting in its serene surface the sun, moon, and stars. Mentally become like that lake, the center of all peace and quiescence. Now feel the flowing, pulsating rhythm of water as it gushes forth on its mystical journey to the sea. Become one with the life rhythm and cadence of that stream, as your soul searches for the cosmic sea into which you pour your divine essence to merge and coalesce with the divine stream of cosmic life. Blend with the falling rain that cleanses the earth and causes all things to grow. Mentally stand beside the seashore and look out to the horizon, projecting yourself mentally into the cosmic mystery, and try to absorb the beauty of the incandescent golden sunset reflecting in the oceans of the world. Mentally say to yourself, boundless and infinite as the earth sees is the divine stream of God's infinite love and celestial flow of abundance and good for all living creatures. I am now a part of this golden panorama of creative life, and my mind, body, and soul are the earthly recipients of the cosmic flow of spiritual waters that abundantly bless my life. I am now baptized in the cosmic stream of infinite love and beauty, and I become one with the cosmic soul that motivates all creation. 17. Now you are ready to take another upward step on the mystical and occult path that leads to greater power and understanding. You may now concentrate on the spiritual and cosmic ray of the universal diamond, which deals with the higher forces that exist in the universe. This step in concentration is called the Lord of the Diamond. This has to do with the spiritual and cosmic ray, which deals with the higher forces that emanate from the cosmic spirit and which control man. 18. The first stage of concentration deals with the germination and creative principle of the diamond of cosmic life force. Visualize this creative ray from the cosmic diamond as a pure white beam of light, which flows through the prism of cosmic consciousness. When such a beam of white light is projected through a prism, it is broken up into its 7 component colors. This is the cosmic spectrum of the universal rainbow, symbol of faith and hope in the cosmic intelligence. Visualize all 7 colors of the rainbow while you are in meditation, and let your higher psychic centers be bathed by these astral colors. Red stimulates. Green and blue are sedative in effect. Rose is inspirational. Mauve is highly spiritual. Yellow represents the sun and vibrates to power and success. Surround yourself with these astral colors in your home and wear clothes that give off subtle radiations of the universal rainbow. Chapter 15. How to use the occult power of psychometry to discover hidden treasures. The long-lost occult art of psychometry may be tapped through an intelligent study of occultism. This ability to grasp the invisible vibrations of the universe can open mystical doors for you to the hidden or lost treasures of the world. The occult power of psychometry, also known as psychonomy, deals with the vibratory energy given off by the various atoms and molecules of all created substance. The construction of these atoms determines their rate of vibration. By sensitizing your higher mind centers to these various rhythms, you may discover hidden treasures, find lost objects or persons, locate underground water, attune yourself to the finding of gold, diamonds, uranium, oil, or other hidden treasures in the realm of nature or man's making. The occult principle of the divining rod. There is a vibratory principle known as the divining rod, in which sensitive people have used a piece of metal or other substance, which led them to the discovery of oil, gold, or water beneath the soil. When this occult power is highly developed, you may touch a ring, a watch, brooch, or other object worn by a person, and instantly receive psychic pulsations that reveal things about that person, his character, his background, his secret thoughts, and his actions. To understand how this occult principle of psychometry works, it is necessary to know that all created things vibrate to different rates of rhythm or vibration. Scientists estimate that if a giant instrument could be created to sound the rhythm of the Empire State Building, for example, that vibration could instantly shatter the building and cause it to be destroyed. This principle is shown most dramatically in the chain reaction set up by the atomic and hydrogen bombs. When these vibrations become intense enough, they ignite other atoms and set off a gigantic explosion that can kill millions of people and level a city in a few seconds' time. You may use this power to probe life's mysteries. You have within yourself the occult power to use psychometry to probe life's mysteries. Every human being carries within the cells of his brain, body, and soul a certain vibratory rhythm, which makes him different from others. You may tune in on this rhythm and be on the same wavelength as another person, forming magnetic lines of attraction between him and you that draw him into your orbit. This principle is seen in the working of the magnet. When the atoms making up the magnet flow in the same rhythm and direction as pieces of metal, the magnet attracts these elements into its magnetic field. They cannot resist this force of attraction. Similarly, in the same way, when your thought currents flow in the same rhythm or invisible pattern as the wavelengths of others, you may influence them, you may attract them to you, you may motivate their actions and control their movements. How one woman used this secret power to reach her lost brother. Mrs. Edna J. was a student of mine in New York City and learned how to use this lost art of psychometry to find objects or missing persons and communicate with other minds. She had lost contact with her brother some years before through a family quarrel, and the brother disappeared without ever writing again. Edna J.'s mother was extremely sick and had to have a serious operation from which it was doubtful she would recover. Edna J. knew that her brother would be grief-stricken if he did not see his mother before she died. She began to use the secret power of psychometry to try to locate him. She sent the message out every few moments all day long. "Herbert, get in touch with me at once. Mother is very sick and may die." She repeated this action for 1 week when the telephone rang and a man's voice at the other end said, "This is Herbert. I had a strong urge to call home. Is everything all right?" The brother returned to his home and was reunited with the sister and mother. Fortunately, the mother's operation was successful. No doubt she was given strength and will to live by this miraculous return of her long-lost son. The occult regime to develop your powers of psychometry. Following are the necessary programs to demonstrate your powers. 1. Psychometry, like all other occult functions, is a highly specialized art which requires constant practice if you wish to achieve proficiency in its use. Each day for at least 3 or 4 weeks, it is essential that you sit in meditation and project this higher power of the mind to the outer world. The first day of practice takes some object that a member of the household uses habitually, like a ring or brooch. Hold the object in your hand and sit quietly with your eyes closed. Let your mind hold no active thoughts. Let the vibrations from that object now surge through your consciousness. Without conscious volition on your part, you will begin to get impressions. They may come as pictures flashed on a screen, or they may come as flashes of thought, such as disconnected words and phrases which do not seem to make any real sense at first. 2. To start the flow of impressions with psychometry, Make it a point to walk to various sections of the town or city where you live, and deliberately open the higher sensitive, psychic areas of your mind to the reception of psychic impressions. Every foot of ground has an akashic record or vibratory history where events occurred that still vibrate in time and space. To receive these psychic impressions, simply hold your mind still and let focus on the screen of your mind all the various impressions that automatically come to you. These impressions may at first seem imaginary and unreal, but later, when you begin to check up on them, you will find they have some foundation in fact. The vibrations given off by all physical objects register on the sensitive higher mind, and you can consciously interpret them when you gain more power. 3. To develop the occult power of psychometry for discovering gold mines, uranium, silver, or other valuable elements or minerals, it is necessary that you sensitize your higher mind centers to the different rates of vibration given off by various substances. For this development practice, take a piece of gold jewelry, such as a ring or watch, and sit in the silence, holding it in your hand. Close your eyes and be aware of the texture of the metal. Let the vibrations travel from the object to your higher psychic centers until you are attuned to the rate of vibration that exists within the metal. Then take other objects in your hand and note their vibrations. For example, a piece of iron or wood will give off a totally different vibration from gold or silver. As your higher mind centers begin to register these different rates of vibration, you will become more and more sensitive, and soon you will be able to differentiate between different types of vibration and readily identify those that come from various hidden objects. 4. After you have practiced for a week or two in getting the vibratory rhythm of the atoms and molecules making up various types of metal or other objects, have someone in your home hide an object such as a watch or ring in a secret place which you are not aware of. Then enter the room and let the vibrations guide you to the hidden object. This exercise often opens the hidden centers of the psychic mind, allowing you, with a little practice, to go directly to the hidden object. How a man and his wife were led to a valuable carpet they wanted. Frank H. and his wife bought a big house in Hollywood that had a winding stairway leading to the upstairs library and bedrooms. The man who sold them the house told them he had once had a beautiful rug woven for the marble staircase, but he had sold it to an auction house and did not know how it could be found. Frank H. and his wife wanted that valuable carpet, for it had been specially designed for the stairway and was of thick white wool. They both sat in meditation, having learned of the occult law of psychometry through studying with me. They walked up and down the staircase, psychometrizing it, getting its vibrations, asking for occult guidance as to where to find the valuable carpet they desired. One day Frank H. was reading the newspaper, and he saw an advertisement telling of an auction of household furnishings that night. He and his wife went, and halfway through the auction, they saw a beautiful white carpet put up for bids. It looked like the size and shape that would fit their staircase. They bought it for practically nothing, as no one else wanted it. They took it home and fitted it to the stairway. It was perfect. Later, the former owner of the house saw it and told them this was the carpet he had sold months before. 5. Attune your higher psychic centers to all the invisible vibrations that exist in the universe. You can do this by walking out in the countryside and attuning yourself to nature. Stand under a tree and feel the vibratory rhythm of that tree. Let the earth vibrations rise through your feet and up into your higher psychic centers. Remove your shoes and let your bare feet contact the vibrant soil of earth. Then feel that your mind is an antenna that is contacting the vibratory forces of the cosmos. Soon you will become so sensitively attuned to nature and its wonders that you will receive amazing psychic vibrations from the sun, moon, stars, streams, mountains, trees, and growing flowers. All these forms of creation are alive with vibratory rhythm, and their atoms and molecules speak a cosmic language of the soul to which you can attune yourself. How a farmer discovered water on his farm. For many years, people who lived in the country knew that some people possessed a mysterious power that could cause them to know where to dig for water. These people used what is known as a divining rod, a piece of metal, thin and long, like a radio antenna, and when they walked over the ground, they would receive vibrations which caused the metal to vibrate, and they knew there was water under the soil. I once knew a farmer named Tedar, who lived in an arid section of Southern California, and who had a 150-acre ranch. This land would have been very valuable if it had water for irrigation, but there was no water, and the only water available had to be hauled in by truck, a very expensive process for agriculture. Tedar had attended my lectures and classes with his wife and learned of the occult secret of psychometry. They decided they would perform an experiment. His wife, Josephine, was very sensitive and often had psychic impulses that proved accurate. They decided they would try to discover if there was water under their land. They walked over every section of the land several times, testing their theory that when they came to a section where water flowed beneath the land, they would receive some psychic prompting of this fact. At first there were no results, and they felt they were doomed to failure. But on the third day, when they walked over the same area they had worked for 2 days, Josephine suddenly felt a strange vibration that seemed to come through the soles of her feet and terminate in the crown of her head. She stopped and said, "I think there is water here. I feel a strange vibration that I never had before." Tedar had such confidence in his wife's ability that he called in a well-digging crew and told them he wanted them to dig a well in that area. The man tried to dissuade him from spending the money. He said, "No one has ever found water in this section. I've dug over 15 wells and have never discovered water." But Tedar persevered and insisted they start to work immediately. After several days, the well digger announced he had gone down a sufficient distance to discover water if there were any there. He wanted to give up before the venture proved too costly, but Tedar was adamant, and so they continued to dig. On the next day, when the machine dug deeper, they came up with moist soil that showed evidences of water. On the following day, they tapped an underground spring that gushed pure water sufficient to meet all his needs. When this water was discovered on his land, Tedar was able to sell his farm at a great profit. Chapter 16. How to use your powers of psychoperception to become clairvoyant. Modern psychic science has made a most astounding discovery. All human beings possess within their cells and genes the latent or hidden power of psychoperception. This power gives psychic guidance, clairvoyance, and extrasensory perception to all who know how to get it for themselves, as revealed in this chapter. Within the genes of your body, there is written the entire record of your present, past, and future life. Like a minute tape recorder, these genes possess a vibratory rhythm that denotes what color eyes and hair your future children shall have, their height, their growth, their characteristics. This is a scientific fact. This genetic record includes your own physical and mental growth and development. Imprinted on these microscopically tiny genes is the entire history of your future, your health, your romantic and marriage possibilities, your talents and abilities, your intelligence quotient, and even your probable future accidents and illnesses. How you may harness the power for yourself. You may harness this amazing miracle power of psych perception. You may use this occult power to become psychic and clairvoyant, to know the secret innermost thoughts of other people, to predict your own and others' futures, to see visions of future events that will occur nationally and internationally. This power of psychoperception was born within your higher mind centers and can be developed to bring you a range of many valuable psychic gifts. It is said that Einstein learned of his amazing cosmic secret, known as relativity, through this higher power of psychoperception. He tapped this stratum of consciousness wherein all secrets are revealed, and he knew with an intuitive faculty and heightened spiritual perception that time and space are relative and also infinite and unending. Your thoughts have invisible form and dimension. Every thought you project from your higher psychic brain centers has form and dimension. It has the vibratory power to go out into the invisible universe and propel needed atoms and molecules to take on the form and shape of the thought or desire projected. Psychoperception will give you the ability to form these thought images more accurately and project them with sufficient momentum to lodge in the minds of others. Also, it can create a whirlpool of psychic energy and cause the invisible protoplasm of the cosmic building blocks to take on the form and shape of the things you mentally desire. The formula for using the occult law of psychoperception. 1. Your psychoperception can be developed by daily practice and application. Each day, sit in the silence for half an hour and concentrate all your mental powers on the inner world of spirit. First, say to yourself these words: I am now the center of cosmic and occult forces that flow in, through, and around me. I concentrate all the powers of my higher mind on being a receiving station for the ideas that flow from divine mind. I am peaceful and still. I withdraw my faculties from the outer world of matter and project all my powers to the inner. My sense perceptions are now concentrated on inner unfoldment of all my psychic and clairvoyant forces. 2. When you have once achieved perfect quiet within your mind, begin to breathe deeply, holding each breath to a count of 4, and then releasing it. Visualize the breath as a stream of golden life energy. See it reaching the base of your spine, and then as you gently pull in your diaphragm, push the stream of breath upwards, seeing it as a golden fountain gushing upwards through the spine to the base of your brain. Then visualize it spurting up into the crown of your head, flooding your creative brain centers with dynamic life prana, or spiritual energy. This psychic exercise helps open the psychic centers of your higher mind and should be done at least 10 times while sitting in the silence, waiting for psychic unfoldment. 3. When you have succeeded in opening the psychic centers of your brain with the occult breathing given above, sit completely still and control all nerve impulses and movements of the body. Close your eyes and roll the eyeballs upwards, feeling that there is a vast inner world stretching out from your forehead and temples, out into space, encompassing the entire universe. Let this feeling of complete absorption by the cosmos be one of effortless ease. Make no effort at this stage. Just be and let etheric mind take over. Soon there will flash on the screen of your mind pictures, sometimes in color and sometimes in black and white, just as though you were watching a motion picture. These flashing pictures show you have established your contact with cosmic mind. These pictures can be scenes of the past, and they will flash on and off, without giving you any real clue as to time or place. However, when you become more skillful in receiving these clairvoyant pictures, you will be able accurately to place them in the proper time and space focus. How Mrs. Luella V. had a vision of her son being shot in battle. It was during the Second World War that a lecture member, Mrs. Luella V., had an amazing example of psychoperception. She was asleep when the vision came to her, and she saw men fighting in a ferocious battle, somewhere in jungle territory. Suddenly there came to her the face of her son, who was on duty in the South Pacific. She heard him cry out, "Mama, Mama, help me." She saw sheets of flame and heard gunshots, and then she awakened from what seemed to be a terribly real nightmare. She noted the time of night and awakened her husband. She told him, "I think something has happened to Bill. I had a terrible dream in which he had been shot and was calling to me for help." The husband told her that it was just a bad dream and to go back to sleep and not worry. Although she had never had such a psychic experience before, she felt that there was something really wrong with her son, and she could not sleep again. 2 days later, Luella V. received a letter from the War Department telling her that her son had been injured in fighting in the South Pacific. Days later, she received a letter from her son, who was in the hospital, fortunately recovering from his injuries. In that letter, he said, "As the pain became worse and worse, I remember seeing your face, and you were crying. I cried out, 'Mama, Mama, help me.' Then I lost consciousness and remembered nothing more until I came to in the hospital." Luella checked the time she had awakened from her clairvoyant dream and found that with the time difference in the South Pacific, she had received the psychic message at the actual time her son was going through his agonizing moment. 4. You may actually develop the power of your inner psychic eye, very much like an X-ray machine that is able to penetrate through flesh and bone and see the internal organs of the body. In practice sessions, try mentally to project your psychic power to objects and see their inner workings. Take, for example, an orange and hold it in your hand. Then establish occult empathy with the life force of that fruit and project your thoughts into that orange. See the seed, the pulp, the juice. Feel the life force pulsing through its cells. Then carry the psychic projection further. Feel the seed in the dark soil, pushing its way up into the sunshine. Feel the trunk and leaves and blossoms and fruit. Complete the life cycle of that orange in just a few moments of psychoperception in which you accelerate the life force of that orange. How one of my students used the X-ray power of psychoperception to detect tumor. Jerry T. was a student of mine highly developed in the occult sciences. He had worked to develop the X-ray power of psychoperception to such a point that he could often see illness coming weeks in advance of the actual sickness. One day he was talking to a lady friend of his, who was seemingly in perfect health. However, Jerry T. kept getting mental vibrations of some disturbance in the woman's body. He asked her if she was feeling well, and she replied that she was never in better health. Jerry T. closed his eyes for a few seconds and sent a penetrating psychic ray into the woman's body, and instantly he felt something wrong in the left breast. Psychically, he saw a small lump forming there, and he told the woman that she should go to a doctor immediately to check her health. She was rather amused at his diagnosis, for she was seemingly in perfect health. However, later, on mature thought, she did go to her doctor for an examination and X-rays of her chest. When the X-ray pictures were developed, the doctor did indeed find a small lump developing in the left breast, exactly as Jerry T. had seen it. This incipient tumor was removed in an operation by her doctor, and he told her that if it had not been operated on promptly, it could have developed into a serious condition. 5. To develop further your powers of psychoperception, sit in your daily meditations and learn how to accelerate and telescope time. You can project yourself into the future, covering a span of many years in a few seconds' time. Or you can, on the other hand, accelerate time and speed it up, causing events to occur in the immediate future that might normally take months or years to occur. How one woman won financial independence through psychoperception. Mrs. Alma G. had developed the power of psychoperception through a study of these occult principles in my New York group. One night she had a prophetic dream in which she saw herself living in a foreign city. She did not know the name of the city or what country it was in, but when she awakened, she asked her higher psychic centers for guidance. While she was doing her housework that morning, she kept seeing a mental image of her sister, who lived in Munich, Germany. Something told her to write to her, something she had not done for some time. Alma G. wrote the letter, and her sister answered, telling her that she and her husband had become quite wealthy in recent years, and now owned an apartment house. She suggested that her sister, who was a widow, come to Munich and live in a free apartment and manage their apartment house. Alma G. made this move under what she felt was psychic guidance. Everything turned out beautifully. She received a salary, a free, beautiful apartment, and was close to her only living relatives. 6. You are now ready to use your powers of psychoperception to reveal mysteries to your questing mind. You can tap this higher power to solve your daily problems. You can use it to discover hidden treasures. You can be guided to money and other valuables. You can be shown how to buy and sell stocks on the stock exchange and make a fortune. You will be able to tap this power to guide you in real estate investments or in buying your own business, so you can make the right moves and become rich. How a widow used psychoperception to get rich. Mrs. Helene F. was a 65-year-old widow whose husband had died 2 years before. She developed her psychoperception under my guidance to such an extent that she received an amazing psychic revelation in a dream one night, which she could hardly believe. Her husband came to her in this dream, just as he had been in life. He talked to her and told her not to worry about finances, that he had bought some stock in a mining company that would one day make her rich. She awakened from her dream with the feeling that she had actually talked to her husband, but she was disappointed that he had not told her where the stocks were hidden. She told her friends about her dream, and they laughed at her, telling her that it was just a dream, nothing more. However, she had such faith in her prophetic dream that she began to go through things she had in storage to find the mining stock. She found an old trunk filled with papers and business records. In the bottom of the trunk, she found several thousand shares of a Canadian mining stock. She called a brokerage firm to ask about her stocks and found they were worthless, as nothing had been discovered by the company that had issued the stocks. Mrs. F. did not destroy her stock certificates. Her psychoperception kept telling her not to, that one day they would be valuable. She had almost forgotten about them, when 3 years later, reading the newspaper, she saw in the business section an article telling how huge gold deposits had been discovered in Canada. She quickly called the broker and found that her stocks were now worth many thousands of dollars. If she had not had psychic guidance, it is doubtful if Mrs. Helene F. would have been able to cash in on this fortunate situation. 7. There is an electronic telescope of occult mind power within your own consciousness, which you may focus on any person or any situation that you select. You can receive information from this higher mind. You can direct other people to do your bidding. You can discover secrets in nature by using this telescope of psychic power. As you sit in meditation, project your thoughts to the occult screen of the outer world. Visualize yourself looking through a mental telescope and see everything magnified beyond life size. When you look at any object, close your eyes and mentally reproduce it, enlarging it and giving it force and impact on your consciousness. This heightened power of your sense perceptions will step up the power sensors of your higher mind, giving you ability to project your thoughts with powerful amplification, making it easier for others to receive those thought projections. How a woman used psychoperception to uncover infidelity. Aline R. was a lecture member in New York who had studied how the power of psychoperception works. She had felt for a long time that her husband was having an affair with another woman, but she could not detect who the other woman was. One day, one of her closest friends came to the house for a visit, and while she sat there talking, Aline R. suddenly had a psychic inclination to project her powers of psychoperception into the woman's innermost mind. She aligned her magnetic vibrations with the woman's by feeling the way the woman looked. She suddenly seemed to be within the woman's innermost mind, and feelings of guilt and suspicion flooded her being. As the woman talked, Aline R. felt deceit and treachery in her personality. Suddenly a flash came through. This is the woman who is having an affair with your husband? That night, Aline R. confronted her husband with her psychic revelation. Her husband was shocked that she had sensed the truth and readily admitted the affair. However, he admitted he did not love the other woman and begged for forgiveness. To save her marriage, Aline R. forgave her husband, and they went on to a better understanding than they had had in some years. This recording of The Occult Sciences, How to Get What You Want Through Your Occult Powers by Anthony Norvell was presented by Stargate Book. Sound recording copyright 2023 and produced by Deep Send Limited 2023.